There isn't much time. Not sure why he had to be down in the mud. Richter did as he was. Instructed anyway. The muck got all over his clothes, but he was soon caught up in the excitement. Dira picked up the bull scath egg and handed it to Richter. She passed it over gingerly like she was holding a child, which Richter realized she was. The three of them knelt there, Dara. Two, Richter's left, and Darren to his right, cradled the large egg. The shaking increased and cracks spread across the surface of the football-sized grey. A black claw broke through the shell, withdrew, and then struck the interior of the shell again. A piece fell away. Another claw broke the surface of the shell and pushed outward. In an increasing cascade, pieces fell away until the face of the baby bull scath was revealed. It mewled with its eyes still closed, crying out at the injustice of being born. Without thinking, Richter spoke to it softly. "It's okay. I'm here." The small creature opened its eyes and looked at Richter. White. Sparkles formed in the air around Richter's kneeling form. Something changed. Know this. Dragonkin Richter, you have been present at the birth. A bull scath. Your strong relationship with reptiles and your psi bond ability moved this moment beyond a simple birth. The bull scath has imprinted. This creature will have increased loyalty to you for the duration of its life. It will perform better, take to training easier, and be more likely to follow commands. This is a wild animal, but imprinting greatly increases the chance of domestication. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 2 in animal husbandry. 2% effectiveness in training. 2% stats for trained animal. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 2 in exotic beasts. 2%. More likely to domesticate wild beasts. 2% stats for trained animal. Congratulations. You have completed the quest. Beast Tamer the First. You have successfully protected the scath clutch. More than that, you have imprinted upon the bull scath for making such a connection. You shall receive a bonus reward. 625 experience. Reward. Baby scaths. Reward. Plus 50% increase. Chance to domesticate this clutch. Other modifiers. Bonus reward. Progeny of any imprinted scaths from this clutch. 10% chance of hatching a monster of increased strength. Richter's eyes opened in shock. He could feel the connection with the small reptile he was holding in his arms. It had ceased bawling and was now looking at him in rapt fascination. For his own part, he felt a strong paternal instinct to protect this small creature. It was nothing compared to the soulful bond between himself and Almaren was very different to the dominance he had over the shale adder. Perhaps only someone who had owned a dog since picking it from a litter, or had raised a foal. Still wet from birth would understand. This was a covenant. The bonus reward also opened fascinating possibilities. Did that mean he could breed not only monsters but some sort of enhanced monster? Could he do it with the young of other types of dangerous animals? The carnicide piglets were down in a pen near the village pastures. The twins had said they could not raise the animals to follow commands, but that the piglets could easily be raised for meat. It didn't mean that there weren't other animals he couldn't domesticate, though. He needed to know more. How long until the scaths matured? Enough to breed. Would they be considered a resource and benefit from the quickenings? Level 2. 25% bonus. He didn't think the animals could benefit from the population bonus that stemmed from the villages. Increased morale and health. But then again, who knew? Maybe one of the rank perks of leveling animal husbandry would let them mature faster. Richter was excited by the possibilities. He was also excited about the level perks from his 2 skills. A part of him had wondered what the point of raising animals was when he could simply dominate them with his blood magic. It was clear now, though. Raising the animals could make them much more powerful than if he simply found them in nature. His beast bonding skill increased his tamed animals. Attack and defense by 1% for each skill level he achieved. But if the perks from both animal husbandry and exotic beasts were cumulative, time, he reached level 10. In each, his trained creatures would be 40% stronger than any found in the wild. "You did it, my lord," Dira exclaimed. "You are simply amazing," Darren continued. "I never expected you to imprint onto the baby. Truly, something to behold." Dira finished. Dirin handed Richter a fish, saying he needed to feed the baby too. Finalize the bond. Richter held it before the scath's mouth, and the reptile grabbed it and began to feast. The baby started to squirm as it tried to get more of the fish into its mouth. So Richter gently laid it down on the grass of the bank. As the bull scath continued to eat, Richter removed the shell pieces from its back. He poured water over it, gently cleaning away the bloody membrane that was clinging to its hide. The bull scath had soft skin that already showed the pattern of the hard scales that it would one day grow. Its body had the same squat, bulldog appearance as the older versions of its kind. It finished eating the small fish, and then too, Richter, surprised, started eating the remnants of its shell. Richter reached down into the mud and put the rest of the shells within the easy reach of his newly imprinted scath. 5 more scaths were born that day, leaving 9 more unhatched. Richter held each egg as they hatched, and they all imprinted upon him. The bull scath quickly established dominance over the other baby scaths. After that, they played nice. Richter was worried about them getting mired in the mud or not knowing how to swim, but soon all of the reptiles exploring the edges of their enclosure, both land and sea. The creatures appeared to be natural swimmers. One interesting thing was that Alma dropped onto the ground in the middle of the 6 scaths. She was longer than the baby scaths, but her body was far more sleek, making it look like she might be out of her weight. Class, the bull scath obviously thought so as well. With a mewling roar, charged at Alma. She merely watched it approach, and at the last second, flapped her wings while jumping. The dragonling let the scath pass beneath her, then she reached down and grabbed it. Another beat of her wings was enough to lift the green creature into the air. She flew forward a few meters, while it whined and pissed before dropping it unceremoniously. The fall was only 2 feet, but the baby was stunned. Alma landed atop it, flipped it over, and placed a taloned hand to its throat. The other scaths had been approaching, but she extended her neck and hissed. All 5 backed down. She looked down at the squirming bull, scath, and pressed her talons down ever so slightly. It stopped moving, laid still, limp, and submissive. The message was clear. The bull might be the baddest dude on the block, but Lady Alma was the head bitch in charge. The sound of dozens of tiny hands clapping filled the air. Richter looked up and saw that the scath's birth had attracted the attention of the pixie children. They looked at the baby scaths in fascination. Richter warned them to stay away from the reptiles, to which they agreed. Still saw them looking at the hatchlings with mischief in their young eyes. The chaos seed sighed. The last thing he needed was for Elora to come back from her trial only to find out several of her children had been eaten. After spending a few more minutes with the baby scaths, Rick rinsed his clothes off and put on a fresh set. Weapons. He summoned a mist worker to take his dirty clothes for cleaning, and then left the scaths in the twins' care while he started walking towards the village gate. In his haste to make it to the birth, he hadn't cancelled the war party he had planned for the afternoon. His group was waiting for him, and not one of them questioned his tardiness. Richter appreciated the deference, but also found it somewhat boring. His thoughts turned wistfully to Sion, and he hoped his best friend would be back soon. As it turned out, he wouldn't have to wait much longer. Chapter 34. Day 119. Cuba 9. The war party was able to take down a cave of breath stealers. The snakes were 2 to 3 feet long and possessed a venom that gave them their name. It was only a small nest, and Richter's party dispatched it with no real difficulty, but he received some unpleasant news during the fight. He stunned the last remaining snake with weak lightning bolt. Then he grabbed it right behind its head and began to cast Tame. But he received Prompt first. At your current rank, you may only tame 1 animal at a time. Once an animal is completely under your control, you may start to tame another. Do you wish to break your control of the Shale Adder? To begin, taming the breath stealer. Yes or no? Richter quickly broke off his incantation and selected no on the notification window. It was a bit irritating that he was limited to gaining control over only one animal at a time, but it just drove him. Understanding of his blood magic, the snake started spitting and trying to reach him to bite. Almost absent-mindedly, he grabbed the snake's tail in his other hand and stretched it out. Alma latched onto its body and drained it to death. All of the snake's bodies were gathered, and they started back. The village. That afternoon, Richter was helping to put the finishing touches on the village's new workshop when a guard started running towards him. Lord Richter. The guard wheezed. Catch your breath. Richter replied. Still need to work on those calisthenics, he thought. Thank you, my lord. The guard took several deep breaths and wiped his brow. Then he said, Something is happening. One of the silver things is acting strange. Richter almost asked him what strange meant, but then realized that if the man had a better word, he probably would have used it. So, instead of pursuing a useless line of questioning, he just told Roswin he would be back soon. Then the chaos seed took off running to the meadow to see what had the guard so worked up. When he was finally beneath the quickening, he said, that is strange. There were over 30 maidens present now, and one of them phasing in and out of existence. The shell would fade to transparency, disappear completely, before snapping back to full solidity. When the maiden was gone, Richter saw what looked like a pillar of yellow stone. The surface was irregular like a stick of rock candy, with faint sparkles in its granular surface. The disappearances started happening faster, and the periods of disappearance lasted longer, until, finally, the shell did not come back. Stiff breeze began to blow. Richter squinted while his short hair was tossed. The wind grew stronger, but also more focused until it was only swirling around the yellow pillar. Particles began to fall off of the column, scoured from the surface by the miniature tornado, and was swept away. Soon the pillar was gone, and in its place was a kneeling figure with his palms cupped before him. A small humanoid stood in his hands. Scion Richter called out excitedly. He started running forward. The pixie flew up from his perch in the sprite's hands and shouted his rebirth to the land, arms extended out. Scion stood as well and mirrored his matum, extending to full height. The sprite threw his head back and took a deep breath in, or at least that was what it looked like he tried to do. What actually happened was that Scion fell over with a strangled cry. Scion Richter shouted again, this time in panic. The sprite's face started turning red, and he rolled around on the ground, tearing at his armor. Richter's heart started beating wildly. Concern Had this union turned his best friend into some sort of insane monster? Was Scion having some sort of horrible reaction to the meeting? Did something awful happen because the union was with a celestial being? Richter was stopped from any other concerned thoughts by his companion making eye contact and in a strangled voice saying, "You're just standing there. Help me get this fucking armor off. It's too tight." Richter started laughing as hard as he could. Scion was still Scion. The sprite stared at him with widened eyes, and nostrils flared, violent retribution for Richter's inaction. The Chaos Seed walked over, still, chuckling, while Scion tried to dig his fingers into the knots that held his armor in place. Richter tried to help as well, but between the tension on the straps and the sprite's antics, it was an impossible task. Richter made a command decision and tackled his friend. Once Scion was relatively immobilized, he drew his +3 dagger, his companion's chest plate in place. The blade cut through the ties easily, so easily in fact, dagger cut through Scion's skin as well. The wound was superficial, but Scion still squawked in protest. He was finally able to take a deep breath, though, and his complaints morphed into a bout of coughing. "Don't complain, ya big baby," Richter said. He didn't know how. Scion's armor had become a shrinky-dink, but he didn't really care. The band was back together. Richter hadn't realized how much he relied on his companion until the sprite was gone for a week. He was about to cast weak, slow heal when he was struck in the back of the head by a blast of electrical energy. "Gah!" Richter exclaimed. The damage done to him was minimal, but even a weak sucker punch was still a sucker punch. Before he could recover, what felt like a giant moth with sharp wings started attacking his face. He was about to swat at it as hard as he could when Scion called out, "Sapir, stop." The attack ceased, and Richter stood there confused as to what had just happened. He wiped dripping blood from his forehead that had fallen into his eyes. In his peripheral vision, he saw a golden glow, and then his wound healed. Alma settled onto his shoulders. He turned his head to look at her. "A lot of help you were," he thought in irritation. "Did that fucking pixie attack me?" The dragonling blew a short gust of air into his face. "You're fine, Master. No one likes a complainer. And yes, the pixie attacked after you cut his me." It was clear from her tone that his familiar thought attack was all his fault. Richter rolled his eyes, but breathed out slowly, letting his irritation go. She was probably right. He looked over at Scion. His friend was still, sitting on the ground and was talking quietly to his pixie. The flyer's head was hanging, and he looked ashamed. Richter walked over and offered the knife that was still in his hand. Scion started cutting the rest of his armor free. When the greaves came off, he let loose an intense sigh of relief that only a man would understand. Sion started speaking to him once the armor was off. "I am sorry about that, Richter. Sapir was just trying to protect me. He did not understand that you were only trying to help. I have spoken with him, and he promises." Whatever Alcyon was going to say was lost as the two companions looked at each other in shock. Richter had helped his friend, his feet, and they realized something at the same time. Sion had always been a solid 3.5 feet tall, and his head was only a bit higher than Richter's waist. Now, however, the sprite's eyes, chest. If Richter had to guess, he would say his friend was closer to 4.5 feet tall now. They both started talking at once. "Are you bigger? Did you shrink? What happened? You tell me. How long have I been gone?" 3 months. "You cannot be serious." "I'm not," Richter said with a smile. "It's only been a week." "Fuck you." "Welcome back." The two friends realized they were babbling at the same time and stopped speaking. They stared at each other for a moment, then just started laughing. Richter examined his companion, while Sion examined himself. The mystery of the shrinking armor was solved. The armor was the same size. It was just that his friend had gotten bigger. "Well, you were overdue for a growth spurt, I guess," Richter said, with a cocky smile. "That is so funny," Sion responded. "Your girlfriend was just telling me you were overdue for some growth too." Richter's mouth wrinkled into a smirk. Being able to mock his best friend and be mocked in turn really tugged at his heart. "I missed you, bud." Sion smiled broadly. "Love you too, man." "All right. Enough mushy shit. Let's figure out what happened." Richter accessed Sion's status page. At the same time, Sion looked up at the limbs of the tree and said, "I can still hear the song." Before Richter's eyes, his companion changed again. It was not nearly as dramatic as growing an entire foot, but the bonuses from the song of joy and remembrance still caused a noticeable effect. The sprite's facial features grew more refined and pleasing to look at. His gaze also sharpened somewhat as he looked at Richter. There were no other outward changes. From the +5 to luck or the +5 to intelligence, but it was still fascinating. Behold. He checked his friend's status page to see exactly how far the sprite had progressed. Name Sion. Age 34. Level 18. 58% to next level. Health 243. Mana 373. Stamina 192. Strength 20. Agility 18. Dexterity 66. Constitution 20. Endurance 16. Intelligence, Wisdom 23. Charisma 15. Luck 17. Abilities: Woodcraft concealment, know thyself. Maiden, skills. Herb lore, LVL 12, 8%. Alchemy, LVL 8, 7% to next level. Archery, LVL 43, 64% to next level. 72% affinity. Enhanced imbue arrow, LVL 31, 32% to next level. 87% affinity. Focus, LVL 26, 78%. Double shot, LVL 8, 82% to next level. 87% affinity. Drill shot, LVL 6, 61% to next level. 90% affinity. Stun shot, LVL 5, 51% to next level. 95% affinity. Tracking, LVL 14, 74% to next level. 76% affinity. Small blades, LVL 19, 82% to next level. Light armor, LVL 26, 48% to next level. 81% affinity. Air magic, LVL 13, 12% to next level. Marks, none. Resistances, types of magic. Life, 10%. Earth, 10%. Light, 10%. Schools of magic. Enchantment, 50%. Race, with sprite. Reputation, LVL 1, who are you again? Alignment, 3. Language, sprite, common tongue, pixie. The first thing that Richter noticed was that his friend was close to level 20. Soon he would be going for his own trial. As long as the sprite could level his archery skill to the next was Cyan's new ability, Maiden, and also that his race had been modified. Well, looking down a bit further, Richter saw that his friend's alignment had increased 1. That sent Richter's eyes back up to his companions. Stats. He confirmed that the sprite had indeed received the extra +5. 2. Charisma, intelligence, and luck from having a +3 alignment. The chaos. Seed smiled when he realized that also meant that his friend's spell cost 5% less mana. In the future, looking at Cyan's overall build, it was clear that it was starting to be weighted toward mana utilization. When they had first met, the sprite hadn't been able to cast spells, though he'd always wanted to be a caster. Cyan had always been able to use the racial sprite skill of imbue arrow, had never been able to cast spells until Richter had awakened air magic in him. It appeared that ever since that moment, all of his free characteristic points had gone into intelligence. There still remained 2 large questions that Richter needed answered. What exactly did the Maiden ability entail? And why was imbue arrow suddenly enhanced? The answer to the first was a resounding, "I don't know." His friend was unable to access any more information, apparently examining. The Medan ability just gave the prompt, the manifestation of the realization of destiny. Richter couldn't think of a more useless tagline. Sion said that his mother might know more, but also said it might remain a mystery. He reminded Richter that pixies had not been present for countless years in the land. Furthermore, celestial pixies had never before graced the land at all. So discovering what it meant to have undergone Medan would most likely be a matter of trial and error. The only thing that Sion had discovered so far was that the air magic his pixie was attuned had increased his own affinity back up to 100%. The second question, what enhanced imbuero meant, did not have an answer to either. The sprite smiled so broadly, though. Richter smiled in response. "I have a plan to figure out exactly what enhanced means," the sprite said. "What is the plan?" Richter asked. Sion looked so happy that he was sure this would be an awesome idea. Sion picked up his bow and set an arrow to the string. "Well, depending on your perspective, this is the easiest part." Richter's smile slipped. Chapter 35. Day 119. Cuban 9. Science experiment involved a half-drawn bow, a mini-imbued arrow, and a shot center mass to Richter's chest plate. Initially, of course, Richter told his friend to fuck off. But Sion used a two-part counter argument of how it was Richter's turn to do the stupid part of a plan, that the Chaos Seed was being a Richter was completely confused. At first, because the word translated into goat hoof, Sion gave him a smarmy look and then deliberately looked at Richter's crotch. He finally got what the sprite was saying. The son of a bitch had just called him a camel toe, with typical guy lodge, even though it was as weak as his companion could make it. Richter still fell backwards, and the boom of the arrow exploding set his ears ringing. Before he had even gotten up, he was healed by his familiar, who mentally called him Guilty. The reason he took a bit longer to get up wasn't just because the arrow had rung his bell. He also discovered what enhanced meant. Binding to the celestial air pixie had given Sion's imbued arrow capability to stun his target. Richter was able to shrug off almost all of the secondary effect with his 50% resistance to air magic, and because of the weakness of Sion's imbuement. But he realized it could still be a game changer. Sion helped him up, congratulating Richter for taking it like a man, in the arsehole way only best friends can pull off. Richter told him, "Real men?" Where Panson looked at the tattered remains of clothes that the sprite was wearing, before Sion could retort, his pixie Sapir flew up to Richter's face and gently said. Richter almost told the flyer to cut off the baby talk, that the pixie was a baby. Instead, the Chaos Seed just tapped Sapir lightly on the head with one finger and said. Richter kept looking at the pixie Derwin was confused by something. The flyer looked just like his brothers and sisters. He had no sharp claws, and all the pixie was wearing were the same silver pants he had been born with. Had Sabir cut him? How did you cut me when you attacked Sabir? I so sorry. The pixie boy looked entirely remorseful. Richter smiled to put the small youth at ease. I'm not mad. Want to know how you were able to cut me. Can you show me without actually hurting me? Sapir just shook his head. I do not know how. The pixie was almost wailing in distress, thinking he was going to be punished. It was clear that the kid either wouldn't tell him anything else or couldn't tell him anything else. He used Analyze again. The pixie was still level 1, and his stats seemed the same as all of the other pixies he had seen. Sapir's outside appearance seemed relatively the same as the other pixies as well. There was only really one difference that Richter could see on the stat page. There was a new ability called Battle Form. Looking at the ability didn't give Richter any more information. Asking Scion about it proved similarly pointless, and Sapir was too distressed to give him a clear answer. Richter was sure that the ability was the answer to his question, though. He thought about it for a moment, and remembered that Sapir had looked normal when emerging from the meat. Whatever had happened had only occurred when the Pixar had Maybe there was an unconscious trigger. Richter clapped both hands suddenly, near Sapir's hovering form. Shouted, sharp. Sapir shot back several feet. While he darted back, he changed. The celestial pixies normally had fine features and slightly pointed ears. Despite their silver skin, though, they looked like a simple mix of elf and human, albeit on a much smaller scale. Cute and pretty were the words that came to Richter's mind when he was looking at them. Now, however, first word he thought of was fierce. The celestial pixie's face had grown gaunt, and sharp teeth could be seen behind his half-snarl. Sapir's ears were more pointed, and his silver fingers now ended in sharp talons. Perhaps the biggest change were his wings. Pixie wings always seemed delicate to Richter. It was easy to see the tracings of vessels flowing through the thin membranes. Now, however, the wings looked like metal. They were moving too fast for Richter to be sure, but he thought they had a sharp edge. Scion rushed up and let the agitated pixie land on his hand. My maiden is not a toy, says the man who just shot an arrow into my chest, Richter said. Scion didn't have an answer for that, but he still wasn't pleased. Richter sighed and said, I'm sorry, Sapir. I was just trying to help. You change. Let me say that you did a great job. Your battle form is amazing. Richter thought he was laying it on a bit thick, but Sapir did calm down. Speaking softly now, Richter kept speaking simple platitudes as he plucked a piece of grass from the ground. He moved closer to the pixie, started quivering at his proximity, but Sapia stayed still. The chaos seed brushed the grass, clipping against Sapia's wing, and smiled as even that light. Contact caused the grass to shear in half. The pixie's wings were razor sharp. Richter suddenly felt a great deal better about the race's chances for surviving in the land. After that, he and Sion simply spoke comfortingly. Disappear. What fully calmed the pixie down was Alma landing, arm and then licking the pixie's face. The boy predictably said, "Yuck," as he wiped off dragonling droll. Alma playfully blew a light gust of air at the pixie, who giggled and transformed back into a simple pixie child. Alma took off through the air, with Sapia in pursuit. Soon the air above Richter and Sion was alive. Blurs of colour and the shrieks of small children as they played with the beautiful ignorance of youth. Chapter 36. Day 119. A few minutes later, another maiden dissolved, as opposed to revealing a pillar of yellow stone this time. Richter saw what looked like a statue covered with a shining gold cloth. A moment later, the cloth lifted into the air, disappearing as it did so. Underneath were the sprite guard and his bonded life, Pixie. The sprite guard went through the same antics that Sion had had to deal with. The two companions were able to get his armor off in short order, though. Luckily, Sapir helped this time, and neither of the companions were attacked by a life pixie in battle form. The two friends looked at each other and had the same thought: remove your armor before you bond. Important safety tip. Not much later, a third maiden disappeared, brought back to the village. The life mage didn't have to go through what the warriors had, seeing as how she was only wearing a simple robe of gold and white. When she stood, Richter could see that she had gained the same height as Sion and the other sprite Mitu maiden. But that wasn't the only change. Samiko had always had long white hair, and while her face still had the childlike smoothness of all sprites her crazy nature had made him think of her as a grandmother, that wasn't what Richter thought when he saw her stand now. She threw out her hands to shout her rebirth in conjunction with her pixie. Then, Richter was never sure if he had imagined this or not. Slow, headshake thing hot girls with long hair did when they were walking out of the ocean. Her hair had changed to blonde white, and no longer looked aged, but instead appeared slightly exotic. She reminded him of someone that he couldn't place, but either way, she was looking good. Samiko turned toward him and picked up the cane that had been trapped in the maiden with her. She walked towards Richter with an ease in her step that she hadn't had before, and her white linen shirt stretched out in two very key places that he didn't remember being so interesting before. She walked without support, but when she got close to Richter, she put the cane to good use, gently placing it under the chaos seed's chin. up slightly and said, "My eyes are up here." Then she walked, almost sashayed past him, and very deliberately threw her cane away. Scion coughed as Richter continued to stare at the youthful transformation the life mage had undergone. Paid it no mind. He just absently scanned his vision to see if another prompt would appear, promising an increase in population growth. Chapter 37, Day 119, Kuborn 9. After Sumiko had walked away, trailed by her pixie, he walked back, down to the village. The only thing that held him up was that the meek sprite wanted to speak with him. Richter finally learned his name and that of his pixie. "Lord Richter," Desaut said, "I know that Curia and all of her people have sworn fealty to you. I am bound to my pixie for life. If you will have me, I will pledge my bow to your service. I only ask that you allow me to continue to man my post protecting the quickening until I am relieved by the Hearth-Mother." To say that Richter had been shocked would have been an understatement. It wasn't like he would turn up his nose to the service of an experienced sprite archer, but he didn't want any problems. With us, the wood sprites were his strongest and only ally. The Hearth-Mother was generous, but she might feel a certain kind of way if she thought he was poaching her fighters. He answered somewhat carefully, "I am honored, Desaut. I would be lucky to have your strength on my side. I am worried, however, that I would offend Hisako by taking one of her strongest warriors." Desaut looked confused and answered as if what he was saying, "Common knowledge. Every sprite has the right to choose his own path. Follow his own destiny, Lord Richter. My path has led here, and my destiny will forever be tied to Curia. If you do not wish me in your service, I will accept that, but I then beseech you to allow me to stay near the village, can be close to my meet." Richter looked to Scion for help. The sprite seemed to understand, and simply said, "We all follow the will of the forest." Richter rolled his eyes, thinking, "Thanks, Yoda." He thought. He understood what his friend was trying to say, though. The Chaos Seed. Distracted for a moment by the sound of a tinkling bell heard up in the canopy, followed by laughter, but when he looked up, he saw nothing. Turning back to Desaut, he formally said, "Speak the words." Desaut went down on one knee and intoned the words of fealty. "Formally swear allegiance and loyalty to you, my Lord Richter. From now unto my very death, I will protect you and your interests to the best of my ability and without deceit." Richter rested his hand on Desaut's shoulder. "I accept your oath of fealty and swear to honor your pledge with the same gravity in which it was given." After that was done, Richter suggested that the two sprites go to the forge and see about being outfitted with armor that fit, trying to fix the straps on their old gear. Scion just smiled and said that it wouldn't be an issue. His companion walked off to the Dragon's Cauldron to brew some potions. Dassault affirmed that their armor wouldn't be a problem and then followed Richter's next set of instructions to go and put himself under Tourette's command. When the Chaos Seed asked why neither of the sprites were concerned by the fact that their armor didn't fit anymore, Dassault just shrugged and said, "The Hearth-Mother will be here soon." Richter decided that if they weren't worried, then he wouldn't be either. Besides, something exciting was happening in the village. The construction crew was finishing the workshop. Richter rushed back down to the village and reformed his small construction crew under Ros's direction. The increase in village productivity had let the crew power the construction through and get a great deal of work done over the last 10 days. Richter was also able to learn more about construction. In a rare occurrence of communication, Ross once strung an entire sentence together, remarking they could have finished the project earlier if they had simply used wood as opposed to stone. Richter had asked him why they had gone with stone then. Surprisingly, the elf's answer was clear and concise. Gurm already been attacked once and had the longhouse burned down. Don't want the same thing to happen here. Also wanted to build a proper workshop. If we had built using only wood, then the best we could have made would have been a workman's shed. This here is a true level 1 workshop. Richter had decided to push his luck and asked, "What is a level 2 workshop?" Roswin had fixed him with a glare and said, "Guy, the next level." Richter had then decided to quit while he was still ahead, and had gotten back to work. That hard work was about to pay off. After getting back to build site, he asked Roswin where he could be useful and went where he was instructed. Several hours later, the last stone was set. The workshop was built like a capital T. The primary building material was marbled quartz, but well-polished wood could be seen through. The construction as well. The white stone gleamed dully in the mist light. Windows had been installed at regular intervals in the walls, ensuring that air could freely circulate. Each window also had stout wooden shutters, could be battened shut against the storms. Sion had promised him would come in winter. A small fireplace was situated in the back wall, and a chimney peeked up over the wooden roof. The building had a beautiful simplicity as Richter gazed at it in appreciation. Know this. You have built a fully functional workshop. Your settlement will now enjoy the building bonus of increased production. Durability from having such a building. Know this. Up-to-date information is now available for your village. Buildings 1. Longhouse. Durability 1270. Houses 30/60. 90 people quality. Well built. By 5. 2. Livestock pen. Durability 170. 60 by 20 yards. Quality above average. By 4. 3. Scath pen. Durability 613, 614ths. Circular pen 20 yards in diameter. Quality well crafted. 4 walls 5 feet tall. 1 types. 1 hard packed earthworks. Durability variable due to variation. Building quality slum 2 well crafted. 2 marbled quartz. Durability 15,225, 15,225. Building quality well built. 2 10% defense for defenders. 3 15% line of sight. 5 ship cradle. Durability 156 163rds. Building quality poorly made. 1 building bonus plus 0%. Shipbuilding speed bonus 0%. Bonus to ship stats. 6 inner trench 20 feet deep. X lined with wooden stakes. 7 outer trench 10 feet deep. X 10 feet wide, lined with wooden stakes. 8 earthwork towers. Durability building quality slum 60% line of sight. 9 rudimentary gravel roads plus 6% travel speed. Gravel roads. 10 forge of heavens. Durability 5,500,000. 1 access title for more information. 2 indicates this is a self-healing building. 11 dragons cauldron. Durability 8 million building quality. Core. 1 access title for more information. 2 indicates this is a self-healing building. 12 workshop. Durability 15,988. Building quality well built. 1 building bonus 1 plus 1.2% chance of a building being spontaneously increased 1 quality level on completion. 2 12% increase to production when around buildings. 3 12% increase to village building durability. Congratulations! You have completed the quest. Every tool has its place. You have created a level 1 workshop. As this was a quested will aid in the progression of your administration skill. Reward 2,500. Experience points. Reward plus 5. Village-wide loyalty. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 8 in administration. 1% to morale, loyalty, and production for your village. Congratulations. You have reached subskill level 6 in lead from the front. Plus 1% productivity for projects that you help construct yourself. Richter was blown away. Another 12% productivity for creating more buildings. That was awesome. He did some quick math. His admin skill was giving plus 8% to production. His lead from the front sub-skill gave another 6%. The fact that the village loyalty had increased. Dependable gave a 20% production boost, and the new morale level of happy gave another 10%. When you added the 12% from the workshop, and the 6% from having given Roswin the village job of builder, it meant his people could now build 62% faster than they could at baseline. With the hundreds of missed workers he could summon every day. Boku buildings. Richter dismissed all of the prompts, excited and motivated to start. On the next project, he looked at Roswin and asked, "So what do we do? Now, what's next?" Roswin gave back his customary almost glare and said, "Ale." Then the elf just started walking away. Everyone dispersed after the construction chief. Richter shrugged. When the man had a good idea, the man had a good idea. It's Miller time. Chapter 38. Day 119. Cuba 9. Richter rode the high from finishing the workshop for a while, and even got Roswin to talk a bit more. The elf agreed to start building the healer's hut in the morning. Richter asked the builder if they would use stone, but Roswin just grunted and said there wasn't a point. Once again, the one topic the builder seemed willing to converse about was construction. GRRM. I do not know the plans or have the blueprint to build a level 1 house of healing. There would not be any extra bonus. Almost any type of building can be built as a shed without blueprints, though the village will still get the minimum building bonus. So wood will be good enough, and it will go up faster. If we keep the same pace, we might be able to raise it in 4 to 5 days. Richter was more than pleased that they could build Sumiko's clinic quickly. For a moment he got lost in thought about exactly how much he would like to please the revitalized sprite and exactly how she might express her appreciation. Once his musings reached completion, faintly pleased sigh, and then focused back on the mustached elf. Roswin was staring at him in concern and confusion over what had just happened. But Richter didn't let that slow him down. I'm happy that we can get it done so quickly. But how do we get the plans for a level 1 building? Roswin took a large bite of the eggs that were part of his contract. As the village builder, the elf slowly chewed, his mouth moving in a left to right circle as he made eye contact with the chaos seed. Richter was momentarily mesmerized by the motion of the elf's thick caterpillar. Moustache that looked like it was doing that old 80s dance, the worm. After a moment or two, Richter realized that he had been staring intently at the man's mouth and looked around noticed. It didn't appear that the awkward moment had been observed. Roswin seemed determined to pay the chaos seed back for his earlier lapse. In concentration, the builder kept eye contact as he chewed. Richter started to get uncomfortable, and the feeling wasn't helped by his realization that the only thing that would make the moment more icky and uncomfortable would have been if the builder was eating a banana. Not even Roswin would break that cardinal rule, though, Richter told himself. You never make eye contact when you're eating a banana. After an eternity, Roswin swallowed the trough of eggs he had put in his mouth and answered, "You could always buy the blueprints. My skill level in construction should be high enough to raise almost any level. Building. Normally only builder guilds will sell these plans. However, your relationship with the guild must be friendly or better. Time. Even then, the cost is high, or the conversation ground to a halt again as Roswin slowly shoved 2 whole pieces of bacon into his mouth and started chewing. At least he's not making eye contact. This time, Richter thought. Once the elf stopped, gnawing on the pork strips, he started talking. Again, or we could build the scholar's hut. Those scholars you have, writing stuff down would probably be able to get some research done. They might be able to figure out the plans of some level 1 buildings. Richter sat back and let the elf eat. Unfortunately, what he was feeling now was a familiar emotion from his childhood, even though he had loved playing strategy and RTS games as much as VR RPGs. Always been an agonizing tension that stemmed from the quandary of allocation of resources. In almost any strategy sim, you had to make choices about what direction you wanted your settlement to develop. On the one hand, you could spread your resources out and develop a village or civilization that equally balanced all facets of its society. Invest in military, then economics, then infrastructure, then circle back to the military. The plus side of that strategy was that you didn't have a glaring hole in your development. It was a conservative way to play, though it had never really been Richter's style. The other side of the coin was to develop heavily in one area. You could get a bonus, or an edge, that you could use against your opponents. Instead of investing in science to get better weapons, you just make 100 low-level warriors and swarm a neighboring settlement. The downside was that if that attack failed, had invested in science, suddenly your club-wielding fighters were getting totally owned by guys in steel armor. Right now, Richter had to make a decision about the building order for his construction crew. He had thought before about building the healer's hut first, because having a life mage as the village's official healer was a real boon. Richter harbored a real desire to get whatever building bonus could come from having a healer's hut to augment Sumiko's already powerful abilities. Every day that he didn't have a place for research to be done, though, was a day that his village wasn't moving forward technologically. The same argument could be made for getting a barracks built ASAP. Who knew how much more effective his strike teams could be with a formal training area? The barracks could also serve as a secondary housing structure. From his new understanding of the longhouses, they each had a max occupancy of 90 people, and that meant if everyone to live in the 5 structures, they would be overcrowded and still be insufficient for his needs. Richter knew that since it was near mid, many people slept outside to enjoy the temperate weather, so it wasn't an issue yet. He could foresee housing being a problem when it got colder, though somehow he had a feeling that if his people were overcrowded for months on end, there would be consequences. It would most likely start with a drop in morale, but could also possibly allowing for the spread of disease, and those 2 eventualities were just off the top of his head. So while his people ate and drank around him, Richter rethought. Building order, walls for defense, a tavern for morale, a market, economy, a research building for science. There was so much to be done. He spoke with Randolphus, Sumiko, Sion, and several other people about the village's needs and priorities. He finally based his decision after he got support from an unexpected source. Richter had just finished lamenting to Randolphus that anything they built would only be a shed when Bartle spoke up. The scribe said that he had spent most of his life living inside his guild house. Apparently, was not uncommon for guilds to accept young children with promise and raise them, getting years of service in exchange. As part of his training, Bartel had worked with a guild deputy who had a focus in architecture. The scholar didn't remember everything, but seemed fairly certain that he could recreate the blueprint for at least a level 1 research facility if he worked with Roswin. The taciturn elf just chewed eggs, while he looked at Bartle, finally stood up and said, "Gia, come with me." The 2 walked off to an empty table and started sketching, with the question of what to build next decided. Richter threw himself into having a good time. Hours later, Lorolla was sitting on his lap. Bad joke, when Richter stood up suddenly. The shapely elf nearly fell to the ground. She groused her displeasure and swatted him on the behind. But Richter barely noticed. With a constitution of 56, he had to work hard to get a good buzz going, and now that he had won, he wasn't about to let it go to waste. Besides, he had someone to greet. Bion. Welcome back. Richter laughed raucously, arm around the gnome's shoulders. Before pulling back, "You so dirty." The death mage shrugged his lord's arm off and started speaking in an irritated voice. "I am dirty because I just got back from my trial and, for some reason, I was released in midair, 10 feet above the outer trench. I'm now a professed alchemist. By the way, thank you so much for asking," he said sarcastically. As soon as Nexus told me of my success, a portal opened and I was sucked through. I fell the 10 feet to the lip of the trench, and then the other 10 to the bottom of the ditch. That was almost the least of my worries, because I nearly got a sharpened stake up my butt. Richter was openly laughing now, which clearly irritated Bion. But the gnome still wasn't done with his story. I was finally able to climb out of the trench. Not the easiest thing to do when the walls are steep. Night, by the way, and I started walking towards the village. The next thing I know, one of your moron guards is running at me with her sword raised, shouting monster. If it wasn't for the fact that I ran into the light of one of those grey globes and that a squad leader stopped her, the damn fool might have cut my head off. Tears were coming down Richter's face. I finally got inside the gate and decided to come here and eat. Because I am starving. That is why I am so dirty, my lord. Bion, clearly, did not appreciate Richter's lack of empathy. After a few moments, Richter got himself under control and said, "I'm happy you're back, Bion, and I'm sorry. If it makes you feel any better, I know exactly how much of an arsehole Nexus can be." Bion's face wrinkled in confusion. "I do not know what you mean, my lord. Admittedly, the location of my portal home was unfortunate. I'm sure that was simply bad luck. Auditor Nexus was a wonderful host." "What the hell are you talking about?" "What do you mean?" Auditor, that had been what Nexus had called himself when he had taken Alora to her trial. Auditor. My lord. Beyond slow cadence made it clear that he was saying should have been obvious. When he saw that Richter was still looking at him with a confused and aladled expression, he explained. Further, auditors are beings tied to the land. In any given location, a person undergoing a trial will have it administered by the auditor. For that area, the auditor for the Mist Village is Nexus. I personally found him to be wonderful company. Richter shook his head. He had to be mishearing the man. You talking about a black-skinned giant? Gold eyes? Yes, Bayan said. A truly wonderful man. What did you guys do during your trial? Richter asked. My lord, I'm sure you know that the magical nature of the trial prevents me from discussing details. Richter nodded. He had actually been wondering about that. A few times he had tried to speak with Randalphus or Scion about his torture at the hands of Nexus, but he had never quite seemed to be able to. From what Bayan was now saying, the trial must impose a guess upon anyone who underwent it that prevented them from sharing details. Bayan looked thoughtful for a moment. Then he smiled. I believe that I can share one thing. At seeing Richter's raised eyebrows, Bayan started talking again, though he chuckled a few times. First, even though Richter wasn't sure why, the gnome had had such a seemingly easy time during his trial, looking forward to whatever this story was. It seemed hilarious. This is actually a story that Nexus told me. Bion started. It was after I said the ritual words, I am alchemist. Then... Wait. Richter interjected. Ritual words. Yes, my lord. Bion's voice had that tone again, that implied. He was saying was obvious. The words to guide your trial. Richter just nodded, not wanting to further interrupt the story. As I was saying, I told Nexus, I am alchemist. Knowledge and skill. He smiled and said he would share a story. Bion laughed aloud again as he recalled the memory. You will not believe this. My lord, but some idiot not only didn't say the ritual words, challenged the auditor to a fight. Richter's face started to go red. I think I can only share this because Nexus specifically said that I could tell this story. Obviously, I did not believe him at first. I mean, who would be dumb enough to actually challenge an auditor? It was just like that children's story. The professional moron. Bion laughed again, holding his sides. This time, Richter started to hear a high-pitched ringing in his ears, that along with his drunken state drowned out his Bion went right on, speaking, oblivious to the maelstrom he was summoning. Kind of dumb arsehole would challenge such a powerful being in the heart of its own realm. Can you believe that, my lord? That person would have to be the stupidest, ugliest fug. Whatever else Bion was going to say was lost to history. Richter tackled him. The death mage went down, and Richter fell right on top of him, continuing the attack. Scion body-checked his friend a few moments later, but not before all the villagers got a show of their lord, shaking Bion and shouting, You think you're better than me? You think you're better than me? Chapter 39, Day 120. Richter awoke the next day with a headache. Memories of the night before started filtering back into his consciousness, and he groaned. From the hangover and from remembering that he now owed Bionan apology, he stumbled out of bed. Sheets. Thankfully, there was no giant snake to lick him this time. Futon was waiting by the door and started giving him various reports. Richter jogged outside, barely listening. Once he was done, Alma flew up to land on his shoulders. Luckily, Futon knew where Bion was, and so, remnants, instructions, Richter headed for the dragon's cauldron. When he got to the top of the hill, however, he saw a host of his villagers gathered in the distance around the quickening. Curious, he jogged to the northern end of the meadow and discovered what was so interesting. All of the pixies were singing. Wings of blue, yellow, black and gold flew in, circles around a central figure. The song spoke of love, welcome, and homecoming. The central figure was, of course, Elora. Richter smiled up at his companion, who basked in the love of her. Children, The song went on for long minutes and brought a sense of peace and joy. A thought occurred to him, and he checked his personal interface. Sure enough, he had received a buff. Song of Homecoming. Queen Elora is welcomed back by her children. After she has undergone her trial, the joy of the celestial pixies soothes all, hurts, and acts as a balm for troubled souls. Those who hear this song will have a positive outlook for the rest of the day. Looking around, all of his people had smiles on their face. Prompt appeared when the song ended. Increased for everyone, present by +50 for the next 24 hours. The buff was temporary, unlike the sprite's song of joy and remembrance. It was still more than welcome. In that moment, Richter knew that despite what the future might bring, he had made the right choice in allowing Elora to bond with the quickening. It had also helped banish his hangover, noted happily. The Pixie Queen flew down to greet him. He used Analyze, and his smile grew even wider. I see you. Have you returned, my lady? Richter said with a smile. I have, she said with joy in her voice. I have found my profession. Richter nodded happily. He already knew, though, because that been what made him smile initially when he analyzed her. Her status page was the same as before, but with an important addition. Herbalist. It was wonderful, Elora said. Auditor Nexus took me to a realm filled with plants. He adopted the form of a beautiful black butterfly, and we flew through a garden the size of an entire world. 4 weeks, we just floated through the flowering paradise. At the end of my trial, he even told me that because I had not allocated my characteristics points from the levels that I gained while in the cocoon, each of them, you were truly blessed to have such a benevolent being as the auditor for your domain, my lord. Richter kept a fake smile on his face, but had to struggle against urge to scream at her. How can you fall for that? Are you a moron? That's just a game. He's playing you. He didn't, though, just making small talk for a few more minutes. He was happy that she had so many TPs. Play with. Something occurred to him, though, and he urged her to allocate her points quickly before her time ran out, and they were randomly allotted. She smiled and just told him not to worry. Apparently, Nexus shared that he could completely control the flow of time in his dimension, and he had altered it so that she still had days to decide where to put her points. Richter's eye began to twitch. Ultimately, she broke off the conversation and went in search. Isabel, eager to use her new profession to help in the garden. Richter left. The quickening, shaking in silent rage about Nexus, and went off to find Bayern and apologize for getting upset about Nexus. The irony was not lost on him. He found the gnome in the dragon's cauldron, and from what he could hear, Tabia was already asserting dominance. Richter took a sadistic satisfaction from the knowledge that he wasn't the only one having a shitty morning. As he listened, a faint smile crossed his face as he realized that in one move he might be able to make up for last night and avoid having to eat too much crow. Richter walked into the cauldron and simply observed Tabia, dressing Bayon down for a few seconds. When they both looked over, Tabia with a questioning expression and Bayon with a beseeching one, simply nodded magnanimously and gestured for them to continue. A look of brutal glee crossed the elf maid's face, and she unleashed the full force of her sharp tongue on the gnome's bald head. Richter let the beating go on for a few more minutes, then he made his move. Tabia, I want to congratulate you again on winning the quest. Thank you, my lord, she replied with a bow of her head. As Richter spoke, he swung his hands in large arcs, indicating various portions of the cauldron. I think what you have accomplished is amazing. The gaseous potions. Coming soon. I just have to say that you are wonderful. I think it is great that you don't mind sacrificing your own alchemy progression to serve the village. Yes. Of course not, Lord Richter, Tabia agreed. She went from basking in his warm praise to feeling a bit off kilter by his last comment. Richter nodded vigorously. I also want to congratulate you. Organizing other villagers with the alchemy skill to help out. Though I would never want to disrupt the flow of your operations here. Course need to take Bayon with me when the war party goes out daily. He is, after all, our only professed alchemist. What he can add to the villages, potions is unique and must be endorsed. I am sure you understand. Tabia. Even to himself, Richter's tone sounded quite reasonable. That makes perfect sense, my lord. Richter shook his head regretfully. I only wish that you and Mimi could find the time to finally go for your own trials. This really would be the perfect time. But I understand your dedication to the cauldron. I am sure that Bayon won't mind taking more responsibility here as his profession advances. Tabia opened her mouth again, but Richter just smiled and clapped her on the shoulder before walking out. Later that night, both she and her wife met him at dinner, announced that they would like to go for their trials. A large black disc appeared in Nexus, exited dressed like a punk rocker. His golden hair had been shaved on the sides, and the middle strip was a pointy mohawk that stuck a foot up into the air. He wore blue jeans, red all-stars, and jean jacket with safety pins in it that had the phrase Salt Lake City Rules inked on the back with a black Sharpie. Everyone in the feast area stared at the irascible being in shock. And surprise? Nexus just sniffed disdainfully. If it's too loud, then you're too old. He looked at Tabia and Mimi and said, Come on, babes. Then he walked back through the black portal, disappearing. It was obvious that neither of the statuesque elven women liked being called babes, but it was also clear that they were smarter than Richter, decided not to antagonize their auditor. Tabia handed Richter a small wooden box that made tinkling sounds when it moved. Then the two elves walked into the black portal holding hands. It disappeared soon after. Conversation resumed in the feast area, the sight of individuals going for their trials was now so commonplace that it didn't cause a great stir. Bayan walked over to Rick. One of the gnome's eyes was blackened from their scuffle the night before, and he had a slight bruise. His cheek. For a few moments later, the two men just stood there looking at each other. Then a broad grin appeared on the deaf mage's face. Stuck his hand out. Apology accepted. My lord. Richter grinned right back and said, I'm glad you got that. I did it. For you. Buddy. You as death magi need to stick together. Right. He clasped wrists with Bayan, but then tightened his grip and pulled the gnome in. Close? The smile stayed on his face for the benefit of anyone that was watching, but his tone was deadly serious. But if you tell anyone, fucking story again, I'll kill you. Bayan pulled back with a shocked look. The chaos seed let go of the mage's wrist and with a manic grin and said, Haza, before walking off. As Richter went to pour himself another mug of ale, he reflected that it had been a good day. He'd apologized to Bayan, gotten more, training done, started construction on the level 1 house of scholarship, and, with any luck, in a week he would have 2 more lesbian professionals. A solid win in anyone's book. Chapter 40 Day 121 Cuban 11 15,000. All was right in the Mist Village. It turned out that the box Tabia had handed over had been filled with his long-awaited luck potions. You have found Potion of Selex's Luck. Potion class. Scarce. Potion. Level. Elixir. Strength. Refined. Weight. 0.1. Swallowing this potion will give you the luck of its creator. The alchemist Selek was a middling alchemist, but on an ill-fated trip he was attacked by ogres, sank and trapped him in a town that was decimated by the weeping plague. He survived it all and is reported to have discovered the formulation for this potion while waiting to be released from quarantine. Increases the imbiber's luck by plus 32 x 40. Richter's fingers immediately began tingling as he thought of all of the things he could accomplish now. He dove back into his training with renewed gusto and was able to scribe the last of the level 1 spells. From his air and life, Magi, congratulations. You have learned the spell. Summon weak, luminous butterflies. Summons a small number of glowing butterflies. Any creature of positive alignment who catches one of these butterflies will have a boost to to their stamina for 1 day. Total boost equal to 1% per number of alignment. Only one butterfly may affect each individual. This is a spell of life, level 1. Cost 17 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range 1 foot. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 1 minute. Congratulations, you have learned the spell. Core weak. Small. If there is a non-sentient creature of small size, 2 to 4 feet long, the immediate area, it will be called to the caster, and it will follow simple commands. This is a spell of life. Level 1. Cost 12 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range 50 feet. Cast time 2 seconds. Cooldown 14 minutes. His inner free market American rose up for a moment again. Another part of him knew this was short. The potential benefit to the village was massive. Also, all of his magi had sworn fealty. Knew they wouldn't be leaving at the end of the year. Each and every one. Of his 23 adult heir magi had the spells Push, Gentle Rain, Weak Haste and Weak Errant Wind. He made sure that the 11 children with air magic knew everything, except the first 2. He also taught his 32 grown life casters Weak Charm, Weak Slow, Heal, Weak Cure Poison, Minor Life, Aura, Weak Courage, Summon Weak Life, Wisp, Undead, Minor Stabilize, Summon Weak, Luminous Butterfly, Small Creature, Weak, Detect Hostile Intent, and Weak Life Bolts. Richter was stunned by the number of life spells he had been able to amass. They were all low level. He supposed that was what happened when you made allies with a life master. The children with life magic were given all of the spells except for the offensive spell, Weak Life Bolts. The one other person he taught his spells to was El. Richter passed along the knowledge for all of his level 1 life, dark, water, and air. She beamed when she received his gifts and promised to practice her magic. Every day, checking his action log, he saw they had gained interpersonal points with the Pixie Queen again, though not enough to increase their relationship rank. As the days passed, more sprites showed up and created more maidens. The first silver shells continued to dissolve and release tall sprites, and pixies that could use the ability Battle Form. Those bonded to water. Pixies were encased in a pillar of fluid that slowly drained away, revealing the Metamedans, and those bonded to dark pixies appeared as a silhouette that drew in all light. The blackness would then slowly be supplanted by light, like a darkened mountain being revealed by sunrise. 2. The last Every sprite birthed from the silver egg swore fealty to Richter. The effectiveness of the Mist Village's fighting force swelled. In addition to increasing the settlement's martial strength, Richter made an amazing discovery when he was speaking with one of the meat sprites. The forest sprite revealed that she knew a simple earth spell, Thorns Underfoot. It was a level 1 earth spell that would create a 30 by 30-yard area on the ground that was irregularly studded with thorns. For a few minutes, it wouldn't bother anyone with stout boots, but it would make movement painful for animals or anyone with soft shoes. Upon hearing that she had magical ability, Richter asked if she knew any spells. The sprite shook her head and said that she had had to struggle to learn that one earth spell and hadn't had any affinity with the other basic elements. Richter nodded and was going to walk away, but then on impulse leaned in, placed one hand on her head and the other on her chest. The sprite was startled, but she did not resist her new lord. Richter spoke the words, "By the right of my power, I awaken." Your power. Warmth kindled in his chest and spread down his arms. The feeling passed from him into her, and magic was kindled in her soul. She looked up at him with wonder on her face. Your relationship with Ketiona has improved from pleased to friendly. Ketiona told him that she had gained the skill air magic. Not only that, she had an affinity of 100%. Richter had no idea how strong her skill would ultimately be, but he excitedly sent Futon and 2 nearby guards gather all of the Medan sprites. Most resided under the canopy of the quickening, so he did not have to wait long for them to return. In the meantime, Sitiona told him that she had learned an interesting spell. Weak-aided flight. The spell would only be useful to ranged fighters, but it was potentially powerful. The spell took 3 seconds to cast, a long time for a level 1 spell, but it lasted for 30 minutes. For the duration of the spells, it made any projectile shot by the spell recipient fly forward 10%, faster than otherwise. The gears in Richter's mind started turning. If force still equaled mass times acceleration in the land, then the spell would not only make it harder for enemies to avoid arrows, it would also increase the kinetic payload when the blow landed. Richter tried to awaken life magic in Setiona as well, but nothing happened. He had a theory to test, but needed to wait for the other Mighty Maiden. 9 others had emerged from the silver shells, 3 air to life, 1 dark and 3 water. Once they were all assembled, he was ecstatic that he was able to awaken the corresponding magic in the sprites that had bonded to air and life. Even better, each sprite had a 100% affinity. It was true that Scion had enjoyed an increase in his air magic affinity, but now it seemed that the celestial pixies gave any sprite bonded to a starting affinity of 100. He taught the 5 of them the level 1 spells he knew. Unfortunately, the rest hadn't obtained any magic that he didn't know. When he awakened their powers, in retrospect, He realized that luck might play a role in this. He didn't have enough luck potions to give each maiden sprite a vial before awakening their magic, but he decided that he would one. The next time he awakened anyone's magic, the dark sprite he sent to Quasia, hoping she could teach him. 2. Use his presumed dark magic skill. The water mage she couldn't help. But he resolved to scribe a book of slow at his earliest opportunity. Richter immediately took Zitiona to the scribe's office. Spell. Over the past several days, his air magic level had increased to level 14 and his scribing ability had reached level 8. With that, his old writ writing technique and his faster creation time talent, it made the time required to create the spellbooks almost ridiculously short. It appears you wish to create the spellbook. This level 1 spell will require 1 hour and 2 minutes of scribing time. To complete, you will have 14 days to complete this task. Do you wish to start? Yes or no? Yeah, Richter thought with a smile. He selected yes and got to work. Once the required time had passed, he got started on her earth spell. His earth magic was only level 9, but it still took almost no time for him to write the spell book and then learn the spell himself. More days passed. Richter kept to his schedule of smithing, building, scribing, and skill grinding. The belt of sustenance proved to be one of his most powerful items. With the reduced amount of sleep required, he was able to work for almost 20 solid hours each day, minus the necessary functions of life. Of course, functions when one of his paramours gave him the look. His spell skill levels kept advancing every few days. He was finally able to get his fire magic up to level 12 after burning a large lizard, attacked his war party. It had required fighting almost exclusively with his spell flame for several days, but it finally happened. With a look of pure glee, he withdrew the book of weak fireball from his bag. Richter started reading and, as always, the pages began to turn on their own. Knowledge streamed into his mind. The book slammed shut, fell to dust. And he knew. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 10 in fire magic. New spells are now available. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 12 in fire magic. New spells are now available. You have received 1,250 bonus experience for reaching level 10 in the skill. Congratulations. You have advanced from novice to initiate in magic. 5% resistance to fire magic. 5% strength when casting fire magic. Congratulations. You have learned the spell. Weak fireball. Fires a ball. A flame that detonates upon impact. Flames are spread out from this area, dousing anyone in a 10-meter radius in fire. This is a spell of fire. Level 12. Cost 79 mana. Duration: 1 second after impact. Range: 100 feet. Cast time: 3 seconds. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Woo! Richter said, throwing his fist into the air. Scion looked over from a rock he was sitting on and arched one eyebrow in question. I finally learned my fireball spell. Back where I come from, people talk about a lot of different kinds of magic and types of spells. There is one MacDaddy spell that lets people know how big your nuts are. And that's if you can throw a fireball. Richter was grinning from ear to ear. Scion smiled back. Congratulations, my friend. I am happy for you. Thanks, he replied. He looked around for a safe place to cast the ice spell, but they were in a heavily wooded area. Just so that I understand, is this a spell that shoots a ball of fire that explodes on contact? Scion asked innocently. Yeah, Richter said, still looking around. And then the flames spread and lighting things on fire. Right. Yeah, Richter said, not liking where this was going. Like all the trees around us, Scion asked, or all the trees that will always be around you because you live in a forest. The sprite's smile was practically glued to his face. Yeah, Richter said in a slightly disappointed and defeated voice. And you have just realized that you won't be casting that spell very often because you would risk burning down the forest? Scion asked gently. Yeah, Richter said. Sick. Yeah, Scion said slowly. Then he hopped up from his seat, walked away. Richter looked after his friend. You're a real dick. Do you know that? Scion just started whistling and threw up 2 fingers into a peace sign as he continued to walk away. The Chaos Seed glared at him, regretting having taught the sprite about pop culture references. Chapter 41, Day 127, Cubone 17. The next days followed the same pattern. Whenever a sprite that had felt the pixie call got close, a team was sent out to guide him through the mists, day or night. Richter was not able to be there each time, and some mornings he was surprised to see a new maiden under the limbs of the quickening, despite not even knowing another sprite had made it safely back to the village. His daily hunting trips also unlocked new sub-skills of war. Leader. The first happened after he and Alma were finishing a solo hunt. When Richter read the prompt, he felt an immediate vindication. Congratulations. You have learned the sub-skill army of 1. Not all battles can be fought with an army around you. Too often in the land, you will find yourself alone. If you cannot put your back to the wall and fight your way out of the dark, the only thing shorter than your life will be this memory you leave behind. You have fought 7 battles without any support personnel and have unlocked this new sub-skill. You now have access to all promotions that you have earned as a war leader. Hunting alone, Available promotions. Promotion. Vigilant. I. Sapper eye. Subterranean eye. Description. 5% to perception of future. Hidden enemies. 5% to response. Time to future surprise attacks. 5% to attack against an entrenched enemy. Plus 5% to defense. When fighting. Underground. Overwhelming odds I. And 2. I. Plus 10. To fighting spirit. 2. Plus 22. Know this. At the rank of novice, in the sub-skill army of 1, you will earn only 10% of the war points you would earn if you were leading. Troops. All of the hen-pecking he had received for fighting alone, suddenly justified. Part of him wanted to run to Randalphus immediately and say, "See, fighting alone has its perks." As good as that might feel, Richter realized that he has just been childish. The feedback he had received from both Tarad and Randalphus had been warranted. Even the tirade Jean's wife had gone into had been a good reminder of his responsibilities. He couldn't take unnecessary risks. His new sub-skill did also show that there was merit to his argument of growing stronger and being self-reliant as well. He looked forward to advancing it. The next sub-skill appeared after a bloody fight with a pack of Nindini. The beasts were reptilian and had 2 muscles and clawed arms. The lower half of their body was a powerful tail. What made the fight so difficult was that their scales gave them a partial resistance to most magic. The entire fight had come down to physical combat. There had been 6 of the creatures, and most were level 12 or 13. The pack leader was level 25 though. His war party was hard-pressed during the battle. A few serious injuries. At the end, though, all of the monsters lay dead. One of Richter's short swords was sticking out of the Nindani leader's chest. After the battle, a prompt had appeared. "Congratulations. You have learned. You are not only a leader, you are also a fighter. For the past 7 battles, you have slain the most powerful opponent that your war party faced. This has allowed you to unlock this new Your actions will now be a focal point of any battle. Your status as champion now gives an increased boost to the fighting spirit of your war party. Slaying enemy champions will now give a greatly increased boost to the fighting spirit of your war party for the duration of the battle. Conversely, your death in battle will cause massive damage to the fighting spirit of your forces." Richter still didn't understand the importance of champions in battle, except that they were tied to the fighting spirit. When he received his war leader skill, the prompt had told him that he was now considered a champion. He also remembered that when Yoshi had killed the bugbear raider, Live Fault, the other bugbears suffered a -100 to their fighting spirit, while his own forces got a +50 bump. His new seemed to make those kind of swings more pronounced. It was easy to see how killing a few champions might turn the tide of a battle. It meant putting himself in danger in battles, but if there was one thing he had learned, it was that safety was an illusion in the land. Like his grandpappy had always said, big risks mean big rewards. His own progression wasn't the only thing of note to happen. It was an exciting time for everyone in the village, and a big event seemed to happen every day. Richter had some excitement himself, as he made use of the luck potions. The first thing he did was to finally sacrifice the glass. Boots of shockwave to the forge of heavens. He watched with extreme gratification as the boots turned to dust and another green light took its place in the heart of the massive green anvil. He was also able to successfully disenchant his arrow of multishit and the kobold mace. Mana stealing. He wasn't able to learn those two enchantments, but he was able to glean others. Two lights, one black and one red, came to occupy the corner of Richter's mind that held his enchantments. Congratulations. You have learned the enchantment, Goblin. Weapons instilled with this enchantment will do extra damage to goblins. Congratulations. You have learned the enchantment, Confusion. Enemies struck with weapons instilled with this enchantment risk being confused to various degrees. Richter also finally sacrificed the poison of nil abilities, Dragon's Cauldron. He held his breath while he poured the rare and valuable potion into the central glass cauldron. There was only one measure of the blue liquid left, and if he didn't learn the recipe this time, wouldn't get a second chance. A moment after he poured it into the cauldron's heart, though, the blue potion was absorbed by the vessels, and it drained into the floor. Tabia had successfully returned from her trial as a professed alchemist and was standing nearby. She excitedly placed her hands on the central cauldron to access the recipe. The formula called for 6 ingredients, all scarce or even more rare. The Dragon's Cauldron showed Richter where 5 of them were on his traveler's map, but the 6th was nowhere to be found. Either there wasn't a local equivalent or Richter hadn't explored the area where it could be found. No matter the reason, the fact was he wouldn't be making any of the poison until he could find some umbral root. His people were making strides as well. Over the next 2 weeks, the villagers were able to finish 2 more buildings and make large strides in converting the village wall to marbled quartz. According to Roswin, structures built with marbled quartz were at least 50% stronger than those built with regular stone. Richter had also enacted a plan to expand the wall once the conversion was complete. After Richter had seen the defensive benefits of having a wall, increased height, he had instructed Roswin to start building it up to 15 feet once the bottom layer was done. The taciturn elf had nodded his head and said, GRMM. My lord, he also told Richter that the defensive bonus capped at some point, but that walls could also give a bonus to dodging. Projectiles, once they reached a certain height. An added bonus of working with Roswin every day was that Builder had started to treat him with greater respect, just like on countless worlds through time. Playing with blocks was enough. Together. In no time at all, Richter was awarded with a prompt. Know this. You have built a fully functional house of scholarship. 1. Your settlement will now enjoy the building bonus of increase. Research, scribing, and other scholarly pursuits from having such a building. Richter appreciated the workshop even more than before now. He could know exactly what the buildings did just by examining the village. Interface. House of Scholarship. Durability 15,914. Building quality well built. Building bonus plus 12% increase in village research. Speed 12% to upper limit of research. Points that researchers can add. Day 12% to scribing, speed, and success, while inside of the building, plus 12% to village education, knowledge retention, understanding, etc., plus 1.2% chance to have a scientific breakthrough. With the research building done, new options opened up. On Richter's village interface, a screen appeared that showed the village in the center. It looked like a real-time rendering of the town, accurate to the last detail. Around the model village were a multitude of spheres, arranged three-dimensionally to maximize the distance between them. All of the globes were a drab white, except for one, which glowed slightly more. Spheres were visible, extending out from that one lit sphere. Each had lettering on them that Richter could easily read. Glowing lines connected all of the spheres out from the globes, extending outward in all directions. The entire scene looked very much like Richter's talent page. The main difference was that while his talent interface was two-dimensional and was set against the backdrop of a star field and colorful nebula, the caricature of his town and the land it was built upon seemed to sit in a bubble of grey fog. The spheres around it were easily seen, and they pushed back the thick mist. Panning out only showed more fog. Luckily, he never completely lost sight of the town, no matter how far he zoomed out. The sphere of available text glowed like a lantern through a storm. He could see faint outlines of other spheres in the fog. Any other details? To make it even more difficult, the globes seemed to gradually shift in and out of sight, like they were being moved by a slow, moving current. Richter looked over the tech window. As he panned out further, finally got a feel for the scope of what he was looking at. There had to be thousands, if not hundreds, of thousands of spheres. He wished he could see what was hidden under the fog. If each science sphere could be researched multiple times, which seemed to be the case, it would take eons. To learn all of this tech, he kept zooming out and saw only grey. His eye, in the bottom right corner, well away from the sphere that surrounded the model of his village. There was another well-lit break in the mist. He focused his attention in this new area and saw that several spheres were revealed, but again, only one was glowing. The reason why this other patch of fog had been revealed became clear when Richter zoomed in on it. The globe read Portal Construction 3 and had several other spheres branching off of it. There was also another filament leading off into the surrounding fog, but he couldn't see what it attached to. This was the knowledge he had obtained from the Tiphonim Queen. It was an actual tech. Richter's mind started flooding with possibilities. He didn't know what to research first. After a moment, Richter decided to look at the other prompts. Had come up with the first one to see if they added any clarity to how to proceed. Know this, as master of this place of power and village, you are bound to your settlement. As with all rulers, your character, abilities, and soul will affect your land and your people. Your limitless ability now applies to the texts that your settlement can research. You are not limited by race, alignment, or any other specifics in the texts which you can pursue. Purchase and procure technical manuals to jumpstart your science. Steal, bribe and co-opt technology and knowledgeable people to increase the capabilities of your people. Be warned, something once known can never be fully unknown. The difference between stupidity and genius is that genius has its limits. Well, that's awesome news, Richter thought. He wasn't sure why. Certain texts would be limited to certain races, but it was still good to know that his people could advance in any direction. Congratulations! You've unlocked the ability to do research. The following areas of tech are available to you. 1. Farming. Cost 89 research points. Successful research will increase yield from cultivated crops by 5% total. 2. Animal husbandry. The first. Cost 100 to research points. Successful research will increase the health of your animals by 5%. Usable products from domesticated animals are also increased by 5%. Requires your settlement to have domesticated animals. 3. Soldiery eye. Cost 98 research points. Successful research will increase the learning curve of your soldiers by 10%. Also increases attack and defense of trained soldiers by 5%. Unavailable. Requires a barracks. 4. Construction. Cost 132 research points. Successful research increases building speed and building durability. Workshop requires. Oh, this tech provides new blueprints. Mason's shop, when built, will decrease waste and increases efficiency. When quarrying stone, increases usable yield of local quarries by 10%. Increases productivity when quarrying stone by 10%. Logging camp, when built, will decrease waste and increase efficiency when logging. Increases usable yield of local wooded areas by 10%. Increases productivity when harvesting forests by 10%. 5. Enchantments. Cost 61 research points. Successful research opens the possibility of learning, altering, and creating basic enchantments. 6. Astronomy. Cost 52 research points. Successful research will give a basic idea of the movement of the stars, planets, and other cosmic bodies. 7. Basic spell theory. Cost 56 research points. Successful research will provide a basic understanding of the magic of the basic elements and ley lines. 8. Metallurgy 2. Cost 214 research points. Successful research will decrease the amount of metal needed to make arms and armor by 5%. Tech advanced by 1 level due to inherent knowledge of villager in the job. Smith requires access to smithy. The metallurgy sphere was the only one of the 8 that was glowing. Apparently, the techs lit up when they had been researched. It seemed that Crumb, in addition to having the practical skills of a blacksmith, also understood the science of metallurgy to a certain extent. Since the dwarf's designation as having a village job was mentioned, assigning people to various positions had more importance than Richter had originally thought. Richter examined texts that branched off of metal. 1. Alloy. Cost 200 to research points. Experiment with new combinations of metals to increase their capabilities. Successful research will increase the likelihood of forming new alloys. This tech also increases the durability in either attack or defense. New alloys by 10%. Requires access to smithy, plus whichever metals need to be experimented with. Research will be slowly consumed. Metals used in this. 2. Smelter. Cost 254 research points. Increased heat in the smelter allows for greater malleability of worked metals. Successful research will increase production speed of forged items by 10%. 3. Smithing tools. Cost 207 research points. Better tools increase the chance of a higher quality product. Successful research will increase the chance of your smiths to create arms and armor of higher qualities. All of the techs could be useful and beneficial to Crown. Best not to tell the dwarf about these research options, Richter thought with a smile. His smith wouldn't stop hounding him, especially for the smithing tools. Tech The Chaos Seed wasn't rejecting the idea of pursuing this research branch, but he wanted to explore his options before he committed. Richter examined the portal tech and the research that branched off of it. 1. Portals. 4. Cost 2,302,583. At level 3, you are able to build a portal that can be linked to the same number of portals as ley lines in the immediate vicinity. The receiving portals must be built upon ley lines which the home portal is built upon. Successful research of Portals 4 allows receiving portals to be built upon any type of ley line. 2. Local portals. Cost 67,956 research points. This tech unlocks the blueprint for local portals. Local portals are linked to a home portal and only allow travel between these two points. This ignores the limitation of portals being built minimum of 50 miles apart. Local portals do not count against the maximum number of portals that can be linked to your home portal. At level 1 of this tech, 1. Local portals can be built within a 10-mile radius of the home portal. 2. 1 local portal can be created per ley line present. 3. A traveler can enter the home portal and arrive at the local platform. Travel is not possible from the local portal back to the home portal. 3. Pedestal activation. Cost 32,743 research points. Process of placing and removing an activation key to control the workings of a portal can be laborious and time-consuming. The creation of a pedestal key will greatly streamline this process. The creator of the pedestal can assign varying access rights to individuals or allow unrestricted access. 4 microportal. D. Cost 58,311 research points. Learning this tech unlocks the blueprint for microportals are devices that will give instant transport back to the home portal. The devices linked with at level 1 of this tech. 1. The maximum distance this device can be used, 100 miles. 2. You must be in close proximity to a ley line of the same type that the portal is built upon. 3. Individuals and objects within 5 feet of the microportal user can be transported as well. Richter's eyes bulged slightly as he read about each tech that was available to him through his knowledge of the portals. Building a portal had always been high on his agenda, but now it was skyrocketing. He had actually started to lay the groundwork for building one. Factors that were stopping him. Prompts had appeared that told that building a portal required a level of technical expertise. Both a construction skill of 47, crafting skill of 11 were required. The prompt had indicated that could work under a builder of the appropriate skill, so Roswan could handle the construction half of the requirement. Richter himself would have to assemble the various items that formed the portal. Because of this, he had been devoting at least an hour each night to working with Gloran and learning the skill, crafting. The elf only knew how to construct a few rings and bracelets, and sadly was too low in both the crafting and enchanting skills to teach Richter how to make magic items, but still Richter had learned to make simple rings. He had started carrying coils of high steel wire around with him to make braided rings and bracelets in his spare time. It was monotonous, but it allowed him to slowly increase his crafting skill. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 3 in crafting. 1%. Enchantment potential. Plus 1% success in combining components. Even if he had the requisite skills, Richter wasn't sure that he could afford to make a portal yet. From talking with Randolphus about the materials, it was going to cost him roughly 4,000 gold to build a single portal. If the Chamberlain's records were correct, which they always were, he had about 4,400 gold in hard coins. The Chamberlain said that the jewels he possessed should be worth another 20 to 30,000 gold, and the Typhonum jewelry would hopefully sell for another several thousand gold, but Randolphus stressed the word should, the last. As LitRPG good Richter had. With the kobold coins, the common ones were worth another 5,000 or so, and there were also dozens Darkon coins that Randolphus said should sell from anywhere between 100 and 1,000 gold each. The problem was that the village was in a forest. Civilization. If they had to rely on a bus, Randolphus warned that they would take heavy losses both in buying and selling. The best idea would be to make a trading expedition personally. Ship to do that. The elvish woman said it was still weeks away from completion. The conclusion was simple. If Richter wanted to build the portal, they would have to leave the safety of the forest. With the threat of the bugbears, goblins, and worsening monster attacks, this was not a decision to be made lightly. After the conversation, Richter shook his head. Barely a month before, he had delighted in the fact that he was rich. Standards of earth, or the land, he had been right. Now that he was looking at his wealth through the lens of needing to build up his settlement, though, and not simply one man's finances, the truth was that he didn't have that much. One thing became abundantly clear. He needed to work on his village's economy. Richter looked regretfully at the advanced portal techs of Final Time and realized that between the high research costs and the practical difficulties of even building a portal, he couldn't justify researching them. Yet, he closed that prompt and read the last waiting notification. Know this. As master of a place of power, you are granted 1 base research point per day for each magic that comprises your node of lines. Richter closed the prompt. The math was pretty easy. It meant that, at baseline, his village would earn 4 research points a day. The question was, how many research points had he earned by this point? Richter opened the town interface and quickly found the Science tab. Available research points: 436. Daily earned research: 4.48 RP day. 1 point per ley lines. 4 total. 2 0.1 points per level of research skill. Restrictions apply. Research rate modifiers plus 12% rate. 4 House of Scholarship. Richter examined the information in the prompt. He was happy that he had been earning research points, or RPs, since he had claimed the village, though it was a bit of a shock that he had been the master of his place of power for more than 100 days. The time had flown by. He got lost in reviewing everything that had happened to him for a moment, but then focused back on the task at hand. With 430 RPs, he should be able to power through at least 1 or 2 of the low-level techs. How he would ever earn enough to research one of the portal techs, he had no idea. But at least this was a start. Richter didn't understand how the research skill came into play. He also didn't want to start research something when, if he made another choice, an even better tech might be revealed down the line. Fortunately, both of the scholars had immediately entered their new building. He walked over to where they were already arguing good-naturedly about who got the good room. Bartleby. I need a moment, my lord, B asked. Of course, Lord Richter Bartle said promptly. I am trying to choose the first tech for the village to research, now that we have this new building. Most of the tech tree that I can see is grayed out, though. I thought you too could tell me what is available after I research these initial techs. Richter ran through the sciences that were available for research. Bartel didn't interrupt, but when Richter stopped his recitation, Scholar shook his head. I am afraid we will not be able to be of much help, my lord. The question of what lies in the fog of knowledge has plagued wise men and kings for millennia. Richter could hear the special emphasis Bartle placed on fog of knowledge. B was nodding his head and spoke up as well. Yes, Richter. The problem is that the tech tree changes for each settlement, race that is pursuing research. The chaos seed furrowed his brow and sighed. Everything just had to be difficult. He motioned for the scholars to continue. Neither I nor B are experts in the field of research. Despite being scholars, Bartle started. We both focused on the scribing arts, though I do have a skill level of 23 in research. B has a skill level of 17, the other scholar supplied. Bartle picked up where he had left off. The reason no one can know what is hidden in the fog of knowledge is that it varies based on multiple factors: the location of your village, the presence of ley lines, the buildings which have been constructed, the resources in the general area, and many other considerations affect what technologies can be discovered. Sometimes, even the time of year that research is being done will change. What techs are available? Many branches of research can only be studied. A specific race. For instance, I have heard of a tech called ambient. Particles that can only be learned by star elves. It opens a path of unique magic for their people. Okay, I think I follow you, Richter said. Sensed to him why one type of person could research something that another group could not. That was the entire point of science. It was immutable and indiscriminate. Of course, that was based upon his view of Earth. Science. The same science that would say waving his hand and speaking an incantation shouldn't make fire shoot from his fingers. But Richter had definitely been lighting bitches up. Ultimately, he decided not to pull too hard on the logic thread. Scientists back home couldn't even explain how a bumblebee could fly. Besides, he now thought that he understood about how his limitless ability was coming into play with the village's research. His people had the chance to learn techs that had previously only been available to specific races. It might give his village a real edge in the future. There was one more question he needed to ask. I still don't understand how the research skill translates into research points. That is actually easy to explain, be answered. Anyone with the research skill can contribute to the research points for a settlement. Each skill level equals 1/10 of a research point. Richter nodded. It seemed straightforward enough. It didn't. Explain the asterisk that had spoken about restrictions. Is there anything else to it? As with all things, my lord, be answered, there are many factors that can affect the final amount of research generated, but there is one other thing that I believe you should know now. The rank of a researcher determines how much total research can be generated in a given span. Novices, for instance, no matter how many are working on a given tech, can only generate 10 research points per day in a level 1 settlement. Like this, you cannot decipher the secrets of the universe with 1 billion. Level 1 research. Certain buildings or techs can alter that limit somewhat, but a good rule of thumb is that each rank has an upper limit, is 10 times as large as the rank below it. Both Bartle and I are initiates. The research skill, so our maximum contribution would be 100 RPS per day, though we are obviously well shy of that goal. It advances from there until you reach the rank of master. With enough researchers, you could theoretically generate 1 million research points each day towards a specific tech. As far as I know, however, there are no master researchers on the entire River Peninsula. The other point I would add, Bartle said, is that the RP generated by researchers are only a potential daily yield. Having someone who has the research skill but is spending their days as guardsmen will not aid in discovering new techs. It takes several hours of work each day for a person to generate their maximal research points, and that amount of time varies depending on the many factors, such as the researcher's familiarity with a given topic of study. His lips twisted in mild distaste. That is why both B and I focused on scribing instead. B nodded vigorously. The fact that neither scholar liked doing research was obvious. Richter heaved a big sigh when he saw that. Sue, here's what I'm going to need you to do. The scholars listened to him attentively. But as he spoke, both their faces and their spirits fell. Chapter 42, Day 127, Cuban 17. There was a great deal of wailing and gnashing of teeth, but ultimately the scribes bent to Richter's will. They both agreed to make research their primary responsibility each day. A quick check of tech windows showed that the number of daily research points had increased. Total research points 436. Daily earned research 8.96 RP day. 1 point per ley lines. 2 0.1 points per level of research skill. 4.0 normal research. Restrictions apply. Research modifiers. Plus 12% for House of Scholarship. Randolphus was present, helping to coordinate the last-minute needs of the scholars. After a quick check of the knowledge tablet, Chamberlain said that there were 12 other villagers, most of them arcane gnomes, that were listed as having the research skill. Richter grimaced at hearing how few of his people could advance the village's pursuit of technology. Randolphus told him that the small number was not surprising. He further explained that it would be rare for anyone to even be tested for the skill, so more villagers might have it, and simply did not. Now, as soon as Richter heard that, he made a proclamation. Every villager, including the children, was to be tested for an affinity in research. Randolphus then asked a question that gave him pause. Should people be forced into research if they want to do a different job? Richter waffled on that for a moment. He wouldn't be running a forced labor camp, but he also wasn't offering a free lunch. Anyone already pursuing a specific position can remain in it. Make it clear that incentives will be offered if they would like to switch. Any of the dozens of unskilled villagers that are getting a wage will be assigned under the scholars. He didn't think it would be a hard sell, seeing as how the unskilled villagers were normally used for the dirtiest and smelliest duties. Richter gave the scholars one more responsibility, the education of the village's children. Every child from the age of 6 to the age of maturity, 14, was to attend classes for 3 hours. The noonday meal. Any adults that were not otherwise occupied were also welcome to attend the classes, regardless of age. Richter said he would leave the specific topics to be covered in the hands of the scribes. He also said that they were welcome to have other villagers lead the classes as guest lecturers. The scholars were given permission to say that Richter strongly recommended that other villagers cooperate. Surprisingly, both B and Bartel seemed intrigued by this latest duty, though they were still not happy about having to do research every day. Before he left, Richter decided to sweeten the pot. He took a folded piece of paper out of his bag of holding. They watched him while he slowly unfolded it, and then their eyes widened when they saw that it was a copy of the rubbing he had gotten from the runes near the dark magic portal. Both scholars immediately forgot about their reservations and started poring over the 2 sheets of paper. They both knew that they would have to advance in various texts before they could formally research runes, but having a tangible reminder of the knowledge that could one day be at their fingertips lit a fire in them. Richter left the 2 men with a smug smile, feeling confident that they would do what was needed to drive research in the village. All that remained was to decide what branch of research to pursue. For Richter, it was pretty much a no-brainer. He chose to play to the village's strengths, namely his core buildings and his own ability. Enchant. The Chaos Seed made his choice. A bright light appeared in the sky, and a white beam descended onto the House of Scholarship. Know this. Anyone relevant who belongs to your settlement will now be able to access this information. Congratulations! You have researched smithing tools. Smiths in your settlement will now have an increased chance to make higher quality weapons and armor. You now have 229 free research points available. You have unlocked new research. Smithing tools too. Cost 396 research points. Refine the tools used to create the weapons of your people. Successful research will increase the chance of your smiths to create arms and armor of higher qualities. 2 more texts were revealed branching off of smithing tools too, and the fog rolled back. Keen Edge. Cost 362 research points. Edged weapons created by your smith will have 5% better armor penetration. Improved Balance Eye. Cost 426 research points. Your smiths will learn to make weapons with better balance. Attack speed on anyone using these weapons will be improved by 5%. More filament stemmed from these 2, sphere and the smithing tools globe lit up. Part of Richter wanted to stop there, but he decided to take a chance on a tech that might show great dividends. Congratulations. You have researched astronomy. Your people now have a rudimentary understanding of the movement of the stars, planets, and other cosmic bodies. You now have 177 free research points available. You have unlocked new research. Astronomy, too. Cost 105 research points. Successful research will give your people a basic idea of how to predict the movement of the stars, planets, and other cosmic bodies. You have completed a quest. It's full of star's eye. You have obtained a rudimentary understanding of planetary bodies. As this was a villager-supplied quest, your administration skill increases. Reward: 625 experience points. Reward: +5 village-wide loyalty. Additional +5 loyalty from Crom. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 9 in administration. 1% to morale, loyalty, and production for your village. Richter had hoped that the tech would resolve the quest. He looked at the prompt and saw that 2 more spheres were revealed as the fog of knowledge was pushed back. I didn't interest him too much, but the next one made Richter want to do a happy dance. The scholar stared at him because he decided to take a minute and actually dance. Astrology Eye. Cost: 117 research points. Obtaining this tech will give a rudimentary understanding of how the movements of the cosmos can predict events in the land. Forge of Heavens. Cost 138 research points. This technology will unlock a branch of research that is specific to your core building, Heavens. Congratulations! Through your pursuit of knowledge, you have discovered a unique tech. Dedication to this line of research will give benefits are exclusive to your settlement. Richter couldn't buy the second tech fast enough. You now have 39 free research points available. You have unlocked new research. Learn enchantments. Cost: 294 research points. This tech will increase the chance of the forge learning new enchantments by 5%. Predict auspicious times. Cost: 320 research points. The tech will provide knowledge of specific dates and times to forge weapons and armor to obtain extra effects. Elementum bonus. 2. Spell barriers. Cost: research points. This tech will increase the spell barrier penetration. Forge of Heaven weapons by 20%. Elementum bonus to spell resistance. Cost: research points. This tech will increase the spell resistance given to each piece of armor by 20%. More filaments branched off all of the new researcher spheres. It was a bit frustrating to not be able to afford any of these new techs, but it was also exciting to see the new possibilities. He chose Predict auspicious times and a prompt appeared. You have 39 free research points available. Once they are assigned to a specific tech, they cannot be redistributed. Do you wish to assign these points to predict auspicious times? Yes or no? Richter reaffirmed his choice. The Mist Village has begun research on predict auspicious times. Forge of Heavens. Progression 39, 320th RPs. Predicted time to completion: days, 8 hours, 38 minutes, and 24 seconds. Know this: Any future research must be invested directly into a specific tech. Further, free research points may be earned in various ways. Now he was cooking. Richter did a fist pump. Then, in response to the scholar's confused looks, he described what a fist pump was. One thing was now clear to the Chaos Seed. Research had to be a priority. A smile crossed his face as a cherished childhood memory rose in his mind. Knowledge is power. Chapter 43, Day 133, Kuborn 23. The healer's hut was built only a few days after the House of Scholarships. Roswin had been right that building with wood was much faster than building with stone. Despite the building's hot rank, it was still helpful. Know this. You have built a fully functional healer's hut. Your settlement will now enjoy the building bonus of increased village health and other healing bonuses from having such a building. Healer's hut. Durability 1060. Building quality. Building bonus plus 6%. Village health 6%. Disease prevention 6%. Recuperation speed after injury. The healer's hut and the House of Scholarship weren't the only change to the village infrastructure. Roswin started moonlighting on his own recognizance. As the village builder, he had access to the workshop's interface and had apparently taken the poorly made quality of the ship cradle as an affront. On the same night that the workshop had been finished, he rounded up several of the villagers who had the construction skill along with more than 100 mist workers. Shavana had apparently been sleeping on the half-finished boat when some of the mist workers lifted it up and carried it to the side, while the rest demolished the wooden cradle. A few of the guards had heard screaming in rage and had run forward to help, but stopped once they saw the comedic scene of the short elf maid shouting down at Roswin. Other builders, the moustached elf, had just ignored her and went about constructing a well-built ship's cradle to replace the bundle of sticks assembled by a blind shit-eater, as Roswan called the original ship berth. Shavana had let go of her initial irritation and had become ecstatic when she saw the quality of the building that was being made for her. That goodwill apparently disappeared again after Roswan had commented so harshly on her earlier efforts. Richter decided to stay out of all of it and was just happy with the results. Ship cradle. Durability 1039. Building quality. Well, built. Building bonus. Plus 6% shipbuilding. Speed bonus. 0.6% bonus to ship. Stats. It wasn't a level 1 building, so the bonus was meager, but it was still an improvement. When Tarod heard about Roswin's willingness take on smaller projects, the captain asked for a favor. After the ship had been completed, Roswin started a new pet project, creating simple wooden towers that were 20 feet high, They each stood on 4 legs that were buried at least a yard into the ground and had a small platform. 4 reinforced wooden walls topped the platform, and a simple roof sat atop it. The towers greatly increased the line of sight of anyone in the crow's nest, and it also gave a shield location for archers to fire down on enemies. With the abundance of raw materials, Roswin was able to create 1 or 2 per night. Richter was more than pleased. The village was operating with a well-oiled efficiency, and his own skill progression advanced daily. Nothing really disrupted the flow of events until one overcast morning. He was eating a handful of berries when a mass of pixies flew towards him, sounding extremely agitated and speaking all at once. The high-pitched sounds hurt his ears, and it took Alora to calm them down. They all say that their mitre maidens are close. All of them? Richter asked, surprised. Usually, the sprites only. Approached in groups of 2 to 3. Elora nodded. They also agree that they are approaching from the south. Richter turned his head to look in that direction, despite knowing he wouldn't be able to see anything. After a moment, he grinned. He had a feeling that he knew what was going on. He walked over to give an order to Randolphus. Tareed and Sion had been eating with him when the pixies arrived, and had heard everything he had. With a nod of his head, the two moved off. Tareed to gather the guards, and Sion to gather the Median sprites. His companion had become the impromptu leader of the bonded sprites, which Richter thought of as a good thing. One thing that had become obvious since more forest sprites had emerged from their Medans was that there was a bit of friction between the forest and the wood sprites. Both Sumiko and the other sprite guard his had left behind had been seen arguing with their more woodsy cousins. From what Richter could gather, the wood sprites thought the forest sprites were uncultured and uncivilized, and the forest sprites called the wood sprites heeltier. It loosely translated to city boy, but they said it with a dismissive twang that, back on Earth, only someone who had gone cow tipping could pull off. Sion was able to bridge the gap, being a forest sprite, a mitre maiden, and the son of the Hearth Mother. Needless to say, Richter was glad his companion was there to smooth ruffled feathers. HR had never been his strong suit. 10 minutes after Alora spoke to Richter, a war party was formed, and waiting at the gate. Richter had a strong hunch on what they were about to find, so he handed out potions of clarity to all the members of the war party. After that, they headed out of the gate. Richter took only one of the pixie children with him as a guide. That had caused the expected tantrum in the other 50 or so pixie children. But the fact that so many sprites were coming at once meant they were probably in a group, so only one pixie was needed to find them. Richter didn't want to risk having dozens of the flying children in the wild at once. The small celestials weren't without power, but all it would take would be a swooping hawk to end one of their lives, The war party had to travel the entire way to the edge of the mists. Before they found the sprites, Richter crossed out of the hazy enchantment and walked to the top of a hill. What he saw brought a broad smile to his face. Just as he had thought and hoped, Richter saw Hisako's warband. Approaching from less than a mile away, there was a host of sprite warriors, at least 300 strong. Several sprites at the front rode what looked like abnormally muscled stags. At their head was Hisako and Yoshi. "Greetings, Hearth-Mother," Richter shouted, waving. Hisako smiled back and rode closer. "Greetings, Lord Richter." He walked down to meet her. When he got close, the deer she was riding grew unsettled, but she calmed it with a touch. His analyze skill. Strike stag. The Hearth-Mother reached out a hand, and he gently took it and kissed the back. Her smile broadened. "I ask permission to bring my warriors into your domain." Richter raised his voice so that everyone could hear him. "The people of the Hearth Tree are always welcome in the Mist Village." Scattered cheers met his pronouncement. The sprite warriors stood erect, but they had clearly had a hard time. More than one war severely battered. Armor. "I invite you all to join us for respite and relaxation." He turned to Hisako. "I will give your fighters immunity to the mists. But while I do, would like to introduce you to someone." Sion walked up behind Richter and smiled at his mother. She looked at his face, and her mouth dropped open in shock. "Sion, is it you? Were the legends really true?" Richter's companion helped his mother down off of her steed. She reached up to touch his face in wonder before embracing him. Richter smiled and started selecting each of the sprites to give them immunity to the village's protective enchantment. Soon, all 300 moved back towards the village. For once, Richter had almost no fear moving through the forest. Animals and monsters made way in front of the large force. The one exception was an attack by an undead creature called a barrow beast. It lunged up from a fold in the ground. As the host approached, on reflex, Richter used analyze. Name: barrow beast. Disposition: enmity. Barrow beasts are zombies created from the bodies of predators. They are often formed by simply being in the presence of other undead, created accidentally by exposure to ambient death magic. Level 4. Health 140. Mana 20. Strength 9. Agility 7. Dexterity 9. Constitution 14. Endurance 14. Intelligence 2. Wisdom 3. Charisma 1. Luck 10. Stamina 140. Richter barely had time to read the prompt before the creature was destroyed. There was a reason the other monsters were smart to avoid the armed party. 5 imbued arrows impacted against the barrow monster. Soon as it appeared and destroyed it utterly, all that was left were gobs of decaying flesh in a filthy ribcage. The pace of the group didn't even slow. Despite the very minor threat of the attack, Richter was bothered by the presence of the undead creature. Hisako met his eyes, and he could see that she was discomfited as well. "Have you seen more of these foul creatures?" she asked him. "As you warned, monsters and dangerous beasts are becoming more common around the village. Over the past 2 weeks, though, there have been several sightings of undead creatures. I have had to deal with several of the spirits myself, as conventional weapons don't seem to work. Outside of an initial encounter, there haven't been any major threats. Have the undead been appearing during the day like this?" She queried further. "Most of the encounters are at night, but a few have been during the day," he answered. Hisako's face adopted a grave expression. "We will need to discuss this further. Seeing a creature like this during the day may bode ill for the future. It is possible there is a further threat we are not aware of." Richter immediately thought of the death portal magician. Part of him didn't want to believe that there was now yet another danger to deal with, but the timing was too coincidental. Still, he hoped he was wrong. Maybe we just startled it awake from where it had been hiding. During the day, Hisako nodded slowly, but from her expression, she remained doubtful. Then she looked at Cyan, though, and an expression of love and affection crossed her face. She let the matter drop for the moment. The rest of the trip was uneventful, and soon they crossed into the village. It had been several hours since they had left and night had fallen. Thankfully, the order Richter had given to Randalfoss had been carried. Suspecting that they would have a great deal of company, the Chaos Seed had ordered a feast to be prepared. More impromptu tables were set up, and they had been laden with meats, fruits, and nuts. Stores. Many of the sprites started grinning at seeing the banquet that had been prepared, but a good many still strode inexorably towards the hill, leading to the northern meadow. Richter knew he could not stop the Mitomaden from going to find their pixie counterparts. He also thought he knew an even better way to revitalize the pixies than food and drink. "My pixie allies," Richter said, raising his voice. "You are welcome to all of the hospitality the Mist Village has to offer. Before breaking your fast, however, please come with me. I promise you will not be disappointed." He started walking, and all of the sprites filed after him. Richter heard some of the fighters complaining in sprite speak, mostly centering around what kind of dick would show hungry men food and then not let them eat. The Chaos Seed just smirked and kept walking. He knew the naysayers would be quiet soon enough. They reached the top of the hill, and many of the sprites got their first view of the quickening. Just as Richter had predicted, they all forgot their grumblings, and many started to run forward themselves and stayed behind the hearth mother. Yoshi and Hisako kept their decorum and remained with the statuesque sprite didn't look back at her riled-up troops, but from the wry twist to her mouth, wouldn't have been surprised if she was taking a perverse pleasure in having her fighters chomping at the bit. As they approached the quickening, something magical happened. Dozens of pixies flew out from the white leaves of the celestial tree. Their colorful wings stood in stark contrast to the cream-colored canopy. Front of all her children flew the queen herself. Beneath the flurry of pixies stood the other 15 maiden sprites that had emerged from the silver shells so far, those changed by the quickening under the wondrous tree. Small promise of a wondrous future to come. The sprites with Hisako all went down on one knee as they observed what, until very recently, would only have been considered an impossible miracle. Pixies had returned to the land, and not only that, they had become celestial. A quickening existed on their plane, and most important, Mitomadan were in the world again. Alma flew down to rest on Richter's shoulders as the sprites looked on in wonder. It was Alora who broke the spell. She flew down to hover in front of his. The hearth mother looked at the pixie queen and said, "You have changed much since last we spoke. Our bows and magic are yours, my queen." Then the sprite leader bowed deeply. Alora curtsied in midair and said, "The love of the sprites is a treasure beyond measure. Please, come and hear our song." And with that, the hearth mother and the pixie queen crossed under the white boughs of the quickening to hear a song of rebirth and wonder. Chapter 44, Day 139. Another 53 sprites formed connections, leaving Alora and 6 other sprites, the only ones who had not formed the bond. When Rick asked her about it, she said that if her Mitu maiden had been born, then they would find each other in due time. Then she looked up at the silvered undersides of the quickening's leaves and smiled in contentment. Once the last maiden was created, a prompt appeared. "Congratulations. You have completed a quest. Fate's companion. Greater than 90% of the 101 celestial pixies have bonded to the sprites that carried the other half of their destiny. The forces of good in the land rejoice. As you have seen, your role in bringing this wonder back to the land has paid dividends. You are the master of this place. A power, the planter of the quickening and the companion of the pixie. Queen, the fate of the celestial pixies is intertwined with your own. You will be rewarded with the experience promised, but you are further gifted with the true reward of your chosen path. Stay true to yourself to continue. The benefits, true reward, fealty of the maiden sprites, Reward: 17,156 experience. Base: 9,700 XP for 100 meetings created plus 17,750 XP for personally leading 71 counterparts. Know this: you have received 3,625 experience from your companion Scion being a support member for the party that brought 58 Mighty Maiden to their pixie counterparts. You have received 3,625 experience from your companion Terad being a support member for the party that brought 58 Matum to their pixie counterparts. Richter smiled broadly. He hadn't really understood why the changed sprites had bent the knee when they emerged from the silver shells. It was now clear that they were driven to it by the magic of the Maiden. For a moment, the Chaos Seed wondered if this was wrong. Somehow, were the sprites and pixies being brainwashed into serving him? He didn't let such a potentially malicious thought take root, though. Hisako and the other sprites believed that the pixies led them to their destinies. Who was he to question that? Richter looked around at the rest of the war party. Received the 7,250 XP. Checking with Analyze, he found that every single member of the war party was at least over level 10 now. His people were high-fiving and laughing as they celebrated their rapid ascent. Richter received more than one prompt. Relationship increase as he dissolved the war party and told his people to celebrate. The villagers weren't the only ones in great spirits. All of the sprites received the bonuses from the Song of Joy and Remembrance. Richter was pleased, if not surprised, that the bonus raised his personal relationship, every sprite by 1 or 2 levels. The Chaos Seed still didn't fully understand the importance of relationships, but it seemed to be a good thing to increase either way, so he wasn't complaining. Thinking about the importance of relationships made him broach a potentially sensitive topic. With Asako, namely the Maiden sprites swearing fealty to him. The Hearth Mother being upset was the one potential downside he had foreseen, stemming from the true reward from his quest. He had to interrupt. A joyous reunion between both her and Sumiko, but the 2 sprite women took it in stride and, thankfully, she waved his concerns away. Then, to his surprise, she embraced him. "We all serve the forest," she said. "If my people feel the best way to do this is to swear fealty to you, then that is for the best. You should know, Lord Richter, that I would forgive you any slight. However, you have begun to heal my people." Richter was relieved at hearing the Hearth Mothers had such a magnanimous attitude, but was confused by the healing she was referring to. When he asked, she looked at him consideringly for a moment, but then spoke. "I would not tell you this, except that I view you as an ally. Richter, I ask that you keep what I am about to tell you. Confidence, for it is a secret of the sprite people." Richter assured her that he would, and she continued, "You may or may not have noticed, Sprites and forest sprites do not exactly. This was not always the case. Once, we were one people. We were neither Saratmuta nor Saratsu. We were simply Richter's gift of tongue's ability easily translated the sprite speak into wood sprites, forest sprites, and the last phrase as true sprites. He nodded again and asked, "So you split into two peoples?" Hisako shook her head sadly. "I wish that was the end of the tale. The Srirachen have broken into more races than even I can say. Wave, sprites, dune sprites, swamp sprites." She sighed unhappily. "I do not believe there is anyone in the land that truly knows how many races into which we have fractured with the loss of the pixies so long ago. Sprites across the land were bereft, where once only harmony existed, small. Disagreements between sprite enclaves grew into petty rivalries. These divisions worsened until we split into different groups with different ideologies. Over the millennia, we have become different races. Each of us are less than what we could be together." There was a tone of loss and regret in her voice, but then she smiled. She embraced him again and said, "This is the first step in bringing the various sprite peoples into harmony. Again, and it is because of you." A prompt filled Richter's vision. "You have been made aware of and completed a secret quest. Srirachen and I, your strong bond with Hisako, the leader of the wood sprites, of the hearth tree, has convinced her to share a secret knowledge with you. The loss of pixies in the land was a tragedy for all forces of good, especially for the sprites. Without the race that helped guide their destiny, the sprites had fractured into disparate peoples. By bringing pixies back to the land, you have completed the first step in bringing back the Suratisi. Reward a boon from his reward. Plus 10 skill levels to imbue arrow. Know this. A dramatic increase in your sub-skill, imbue arrow, caused an increase in the main skill. Plus 6 skill levels. 2. Archery. Reward. Reward plus 1,000 relationship points with all sprite races linked with their current bonus in relationship applies to wood sprites and forest sprites. You have unlocked a secret quest, Unity of the Srirachen 2. Continue to unite Pixie and Sprite, Michumaden, to help bring about the re-emergence of the Srirachen. Help 5 different races of sprites create maidens to fulfill this quest. Current count 2 of 5. Reward unknown. Fail conditions. Sharing this information with anyone other than a sprite. Yes or no. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 8. In imbue arrow 5% damage, 5% speed of mana flow. Congratulations. You have reached skill level 17 in imbue arrow. 5% damage. 5% speed of mana flow. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 12 in archery. 2% bonus to aim. 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have reached skill level 17 in archery. 2% bonus to aim. 2% bonus to damage. Congratulations! You have advanced from novice to initiate. In imbue, arrow, energy transfer 20% more stable, allowing for more energy to be imbued before improper arrow detonation. You have received 625 bonus experience. 4. Reaching level 10 in the sub-skill, imbue arrow. Richter hugged Hisako back even harder and accepted the quest. The sprite leader squawked slightly, but she soon chuckled, appreciating the bear hug in the joyous manner with which it was given. It looked like his good relationship with the wood sprites was continuing to pay dividends. Without such a strong connection, Hisako probably would never have shared this part of the sprite's secret history, which had led to him finding a secret quest. It was kind of like helping an old lady across the street and poof, she turns into a sexy genie, and she likes Firefly. He shook his head as he kept reading the prompts. Not only did the quest give a very respectable chunk of experience, but it also increased his relationship with all forest and wood sprites. 1,000 relationship points was nothing to sneeze at. Richter and Hisako had the relationship rank a valley, which meant they already had at least 25,000 relationship points, so it didn't alter their interplay too much. The 1,000 was enough to push his relationship with any new wood or forest sprites from neutral to interested, though. The boost in imbue arrow was amazing too. At skill level 1, every 10 mana Richter had invested in a strike increased the final damage by 1, and he was able to store 10 mana in the arrow every second. Now that he was level 17, it meant that every 10 mana increased the damage by almost 2 points, and he could transfer 18.5 mana per second. On top of that, he could put more mana into his arrows without risking them blowing up in his face. The real prize, though, as far as he was concerned, was the boon. Richter let go of Hisako and was preparing to ask about it. Beat him to the punch. If there is anything that I can do for you or your people, you only need to ask. Richter put a thoughtful expression on his face. I actually have something in mind. She motioned for him to walk with her. The two of them conversed as they moved back through the village. Yoshi walked behind them, not comfortable leaving Hisako unguarded and in the open. Villagers. He outlined exactly what he wanted. Benefit them both. At the end of his pitch, she told him that the resources of her people were not unlimited, but that if he handled his side of the proposal, then she would handle hers. She laughed a bit at seeing the relief on his face, but then her face firmed. The leader of the sprites started to fill him in on what had been happening in the war. We have had several battles with the bugbears, she reported in a serious voice. We have had losses, but we have held the line. They dare not push too far into our territory because of our ability to hide in the forest, and then strike quickly. More than one of their patrol has not returned because of sneak attacks with our imbued arrows. Still, their own abilities with concealment are not inconsiderable. My people are excellent at ranged combat, but have difficulty if they are drawn into a melee battle with bugbears. Richter nodded. He understood that she was making a profound understatement. As fierce as the sprites could be, they were still only 3 to 4 feet tall on average, built more for speed. The bugbears that had attacked the village had all been at least 6 feet tall. Richter shuddered to think about what would happen to any sprite that got within weapon's reach of the goblinoid creatures. Hisako paused for a moment, and a look of sorrow crossed her face. When she spoke again, there was steel. Her voice will prevail. I can tell you now that we have discovered where their base resides. They are building a fortification in the wooded foothills of the fire-tipped mountains. I am sorry for your fallen, my lady, but at least we now know where our enemy is located. She nodded wearily. The information came at a high cost. Of the first sprites sent to find the base, only one returned. Hisako shook herself and spoke with steel again. These matters are serious, but are still secondary to the more grave threat. There are still mysteries about their unexpected appearance that I have not unraveled. I do not know why they have come decades before they should. I do not know why are not currently overrunning the forest. I have learned one thing, however, through a powerful divination. I was able to determine that nest is deep underground. Through less elegant methods, we have discovered that the kobolds have been fighting them. Less elegant? Richter asked. Yoshi cleared his throat, grinned wolfishly when he had the Chaos Seed's attention. Enough said. Richter answered his own question. Yes, Hisako said, not squeamish at all about torture. The information, unfortunately, has not availed us. Why not? As loathsome as kobolds can be, there is no doubting their cunning. While a few of my warriors might cross unseen into their underground warrens, the preponderance of traps and twisting tunnels, a large assault almost impossible. Every entrance that we know of is so heavily defended that we cannot enter in force. According to the kobolds that we have captured, they are taking the swarm seriously. Only good news. The clans have even stopped their perpetual warfare to battle the eaters. The lizards we interrogated revealed that there have been heavy losses on both sides. This might be why we have not seen the eaters. On the surface, which would be a boon. Hisako's resolve broke. Bitter frustration made its way into her voice. None of this information. means anything if we cannot make our way down into the depths. We have to destroy the Queen. As they had walked, Richter had led them to the catacombs. And now, they stood over the Great Seal. He looked pointedly at the stairway leading downward. With a broad grin on his face, he exclaimed, "You know, it's..." Funny you should say that. Chapter 45, Day 139. Yoshi, Hisako, and Richter went into one of the side rooms that had served as the scholar's old walk space. Both of the scribes had now moved into the House of Scholarship. The room wasn't completely empty. However, it had taken weeks, but now Richter was the proud owner of a knowledge table. One of the forest sprites coming to the village had told Richter about a stand of Yoden wood. It was 15 miles from the village, but when B had heard about the rare trees, he had immediately insisted that they be. Richter had taken a large group to retrieve several trees and took care to harvest a few of the saplings that were present. As well, they had had to carry the trees themselves until they reached the mists, but then Richter had been able to summon mist workers to take over the burden. The trip had taken most of the day, but Richter had fulfilled his quest. Congratulations. You have completed a quest. Raw materials. You have found a wood capable of holding a large amount of sustained magical charge. Reward a knowledge table. Reward 625 experience. The experience Richter had gained was not much, but B had started working with carpenters the very next day. The green wood emitted a faint heat even when cut, and it required at least a carpenter of apprentice rank or higher to work the wood effectively. Luckily, there was one wood elf with a skill level of 34 in carpentry. B and the carpenter worked together for more than a week, but it was finally done. Richter now had a knowledge table, and all of the document could be uploaded. He also negotiated to have B create another knowledge tablet at a substantial discount. The scholar agreed for the sake of future positive relations. Richter placed his hand on the activation crystal to bring the green wood table to life. What had been a well-sanded wooden top became a glowing white panel. He placed his hand on the side of the tile and willed his map to appear. As the scholars had said, it was not a fully linked version of his traveler's map, and the information was only as up-to-date the last time it had been uploaded by B. It was still an incredible tool. The first thing Richter did, then, he zoomed out to be able to see the wood in its entirety. He needed to know where the bugbear encampment was. For a moment, Richter bemoaned the fact that the mapping ring he had given to Scion did not work as effectively. For anyone that wasn't his companion, When his friend had placed the ring on, it had not only shown whatever the sprite was currently looking at, it also showed everywhere that sprite had been in his entire life, as was always the case with travelers. Map, area Scion had been to, more recently, were brighter. Sprite hadn't been to in quite a while were only in grayscale. Nonetheless, it had greatly increased the cartography info on Richter's mental map. He had tried to get other people to wear the ring since, but it had only added what that person was currently seeing to the map. The one other person that it had worked for in the same way was Tirad. Sections of black on the map were replaced to reflect the captain's travels. Specifically, Terad had increased Richter's knowledge of the terrain in the kingdom of Ivan in the capital city of Law. To a great extent, that did not, unfortunately, help much with the topography of the forest. Asking Alora, too, whether ring was out of the question because of her small size. Still, Hisako was quickly able to point out where the main encampment was. Richter mentally annotated his own map with as many details as she could provide. He would update the table later. That night, after that was done, he zoomed back to the village and showed Hisako and Yoshi the next level of the catacombs. The two sprites started intently poring over the map, moving it themselves as they examined this tunnel and that. Yoshi even complimented Richter on the level of detail. After some time had passed, Richter grew bored with watching them. Hisako and Yoshi seemed to have mostly forgotten his presence, were speaking quickly to each other in what seemed to be a sprite speak shorthand. Yoshi had also pulled a large number of maps from his bag that looked to be sketches of other sections of depths leading down from other entrances. It was no surprise to Richter that he had them. He knew from his own experience that weak charm could get enemies to spill their guts. He didn't even want to think about how strong of a charm spell he could wield. His own spell would break if he attacked his target. Hearth Mother could probably make a man eat his own flesh. He shuddered slightly when he thought about the horrible possibilities and hoped he never met an evil life master. Richter left the sprites to their plotting. He had other things to do. After all, before he made it to the door, Yoshi called over his shoulder, "We'll do some sparring after dinner tonight. I hope you have been practicing your sword forms. I have been collecting stout sticks over the past few weeks to aid in your training." Richter grunted. The aid Yoshi had offered in the past was using a hard stick to spar with him. While that might initially seem like a better choice than a sword, it allowed Yoshi to break the sticks on various parts of Richter's anatomy, something the half-sprite took a sick pleasure in. Still, Richter was no punk. "I appreciate your training offer. I will see you after dinner." Richter got back to his daily routine. It was time to help the builders. The next building that was being erected was one that was near, dear to everyone's heart, a tavern. In line with that goal, Richter made one stop before he went to help the crews. He had been checking on the copper. Still daily, and he had so far been able to distill over 20 bottles of moonshine. When he had first examined them, several prompts had appeared. Congratulations. You have learned the sub-skill distillation. This is a sub-skill of brewing. Various combinations of plants, herbs, and fruits can create spirits of various strengths and properties. As you have learned this sub-skill, you have also learned the skill brewing. Congratulations. You have learned the skill brewing. Beer is living, proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy. You can now take the mundane, such as a boring potato, and make something truly wondrous. Beer, you have created harsh moonshine, durability, 7/7, strength, blackout, sensation, rough, weight, 1.5 kilograms, +3 to constitution, -2, 2, dexterity, 15% to lyrical composition. When Richter had first tasted the drink, he was forced to agree with the description on the prompt. It went down hard and he couldn't be sure, but he was fairly certain. His eyes crossed for just a moment. For some reason that thought made him think of one of his exes in Texas, but he couldn't figure out why. Over the past several days, though Richter had come to appreciate his vicious brew, he uncapped one of the bottles and took a swig. The liquor burned his throat, but then gave him a nice, warm feeling inside. Recapping the bottle, he put it in one of the cauldron's storage cubbies. Aside from being a recipe for fun, the moonshine was also part of a project for the Chaos Seed. When the first batch had been completed, Richter had numbered each bottle. His intention was to test the cauldron's property of increasing the traits of potions that were left to age. So every day he took a swig to gauge the progress of his experiment. His hope was that one day it would taste better than ass. It wasn't clear if the potions actually had to be left in the glass building or not, or even if the moonshine would be considered a potion. But who didn't want to do experiments like Mr. Wizard? Chapter 46. Day 140. Cuban. The following morning disrupted his routine. It would have been more accurate to say that it derailed it completely, and that the dawn brought not only sunlight, but also a sense of fear and wonder that swept through the village. During the night, people had disappeared. No children were taken, but mothers, fathers, and elders were absent from their beds. Concern, terror swept through the village quickly. Richter had stayed up late and had finally fallen asleep under the quickening, so he was one of the last to know. The training with Yoshi been predictably painful and humiliating. Afterwards, under the celestial tree, he, Elora, and his Sako had spoken for. Hours before sleep claimed him. He was awoken by a guardswoman shouting his name. Alma flew. up into the air from her perch on his lap, and Richter scrambled to his feet. She quickly informed him that villagers were missing, spreading through the settlement. Richter ran towards the hill leading down to the village, regretting that he hadn't slept in his armor. By the time he got to the slope, Scion was running up it to meet him. The expression on the sprite's face was inscrutable. "What? What is it?" Richter asked with major stress in his voice. He looked out over the village, the top of the hill providing an excellent vantage point. The sun was up and was peeking over the trees, and Richter didn't see any immediate threat of attack. The guards still patrolled the village walls, and the confusing mist defensive spell was still in place. Scion still hadn't spoken yet, but the corner of his mouth was tilting up. "What the hell, man? What's happening?" Scion looked at him and raised a placating hand. "First, okay, I have already had Terrid start calming people down. I know exactly what is happening. Before I tell you any more, though, I need to know something." He looked at the piece of paper in his hand before sounding out a word. The word sounded strange in Scion's melodic voice, but the meaning was still clear enough. Richter snatched the piece of paper from his friend and started reading. As the villagers began to calm down, his blood pressure began to rise. "Dear Richter, now that you're friends, the sprites are here. Start the trials for any of your people who are eligible. I'm sure you will be upset about this. After all, cockablas never like to share." It was all Richter could do not to tear the paper into small pieces. The tone of the letter became increasingly insulting and patronizing as he read. It was signed at the bottom, "Besties for life. Nexus." What the fuck had he done to deserve a being like Nexus? Wailed silently. Scion just stood there, with a smarmy look on his face. Richter glared at him and then said, "Come on, shithead." Richter started, walking down towards the village, but Scion cleared his throat and arched an eyebrow. Richter rolled his eyes. "Fine. If you must know, a cook gubbler, or CG for short, once everyone still in the village had been accounted for, found out that Nexus had apparently taken people at various times throughout the night. The fact that no one else had seen it happen meant that the arsehole auditor had taken people when they were alone. Anyone else nearby must have been sleeping." Richter was seriously irritated and railed to anyone who would listen that it was just like the douchey cosmic being to pull people into their trials in a manner that would maximize chaos in the village. It took an hour to finally calm everyone down. Was that 27 people were missing? It probably would not have caused such a stir in a village of a population greater than 600 in other circumstances, but as everyone stayed together in large longhouses, the panic had spread quickly. Despite his irritation with Nexus's methods, Richter secretly admitted to himself that he was excited to see exactly what professions people came back with. He had been wondering about the fact that no one had gone for a trial after the last infusion of experience from the pixies. Birth. He was slightly less excited when he found out exactly who had been taken. Roswin, Crom, Quasia, entire non-human elder council, and several others. Productivity in the village effectively ground to a halt. Unsurprisingly, people were even more upset when Richter halted construction on the tavern. He wouldn't risk its quality being lower than what Roswan could create, though. Randalfa still remained behind, compensate the loss of so many village leaders. Richter actually started thinking that freeing up his afternoons be a good thing for a week. But as he was preparing his war party to leave for the daily hunt, Elora flew up to him with a small, dark pixie boy in tow. At this point, the Chaos Seed was well familiar with the expression on the pixie child's face. Either the boy's maiden was coming close to the village, or he was doing a Midda-Pippi dance. Richter was fairly certain that there was a sprite somewhere out in the mists. The young pixie took up position in Richter's hood, and the Chaos Seed took his customary place at the head of the war party. Surprisingly, the pixie's directions led the war party to the east. Every other sprite that had been brought through the mists had come from the south. This hadn't been a surprise, as the mist village sat on the northern boundary of the forest of Nodria, and sprites were forest creatures. To the north were the serrated mountains, and to the east lay the Azagoth. Miles of forest still lay to the east of the village, but nowhere near as much as the unbroken leagues of trees to the south and west. Despite the strangeness of a sprite approaching from the east, Richter still followed the pixie's directions. The war party travelled quickly. Weeks of hunting had generated hundreds of more war points. Richter had bought 3 more ranks of the badge movement speed. War parties that he led now travelled 40% faster through forests. The way was made even easier, with Scion scouting ahead and Alma flying overwatch. The Shayladder continued to slide along beside its master. Richter had cast the spell to aim about twice a day for the past several weeks. The blood magic casting creature for 40 hours. But Richter still used the spell as soon as the 12-hour cooldown expired. The long cooldown meant that he had only progressed to level 2 in blood magic. But still, it was progress. His frequent use of Tame proved wise, as the spell periodically failed to take root in the adder. Each time he re-established control over the large snake, there was a thrum in his blood that was unmistakable. 8 times. Over the past several weeks, though, he had felt nothing. If he had waited until the spell was about to elapse to cast tame in any of those instances. Richter would have found himself in battle with an enraged, long predator. The war party continued to move forward. After an hour, they found their first prey. The pixie child wanted them to press forward. Of course, but when Sion came back stating he had found a herd of Ginner elk, Richter called a halt. The sprite moved quietly, silent and almost unseen. His green armor. Hisako had enjoyed a laugh at the story before she the sprite armor with her magic. Sion was less than amused as Richter recounted the experience. Sion hadn't even needed to relate any details of what he had seen, thanks to the mapping ring and the fact that he was the war party's official scout. Sion had already tagged the enemies, so they appeared as red dots on the Chaos Seed's internal map, and red markers showed their position, everyone else's vision when they were close enough. Richter quickly showed everyone on the physical traveler's map where the herd was, and then had them all wait. Calder immediately started giving hushed orders to make a basic defensive perimeter, while Richter and Sion did more scouting. As had become protocol, the physical map was left with one of the other party members so they could see the distribution of enemies, while he and Sion tagged any monsters the sprite had missed on his first pass. Richter shooed the pixie child out of his hood and left him with one of the life magi in the party. He warned the tiny flyer to stay away from the fighting in the strictest terms. The boy pouted and kicked his foot in midair, but he obeyed his liege. It was an interesting trait he had noticed about the small celestial beings. The pixies could be as mischievous as a child in a candy store, but at the end of the day, Alora's instructions to the letter, the two companions moved forward, circling around the spot where Sion had seen the creatures. Richter had pulled the hood on his cloak of concealment. Alma flew above, her dark body a natural camouflage against the thick canopy above. The Shailadar slid along beside Richter, silent and unseen. 10 minutes later, Richter got his first sight of the animals. In his mind, when he had heard Sion say Ginner elk, he had imagined something that looked like Bambi's uncle. When he finally saw the beasts, he realized not so much. The creatures were structurally similar to normal elk, meaning that they stood on 4 legs and their heads were shaped like a deer. Their horns, however, were 3 feet long. Each tip ended in a wickedly sharp point. The Ginner elk were covered in short, brown hair that was almost black. Light green stripes of fur crisscrossed their bodies. Each was 6 feet tall at the shoulder, and large muscles stood out under their skin. As Richter moved closer, he saw that their hooves were wedged. The tips were hard and sharp enough to leave gouges, and the flesh of the bear the beasts were feeding upon. Red blood covered their muzzles as they reached their heads down and tore pieces of flesh and fur off of the bear. They snapped at one another when one got too close to another's feeding spot. Richter could see that. Their mouths were filled with sharp teeth, and each had 2 large fangs, in place of incisors. These were not peaceful herbivores. He was looking at deadly pack hunters. There were 5 in all, and from the well-masticated state, bear's carcass, they were almost done with their meal. Richter knew. Couldn't let these things escape. He had a quick mental conversation with Alma, who then flew, quick as an arrow, back towards Calder. Her ability to have limited communication with others made coordination in the war party much easier. Reaching into his bag, he withdrew his bow and waited. A few minutes later, the dragonling quietly alighted on a nearby tree branch. "They are coming, Master. I will be ready when the rest of the war party gets close." "Thank you, love," Richter thought back. A grim smile crossed his face. The elk were about to have a bad time. Since his familiar had been hunting on her own, she had leveled twice over the past weeks. She had then distributed her own points in a way that Richter completely supported. Her Psi Blast was finally level 3. It had improved upon her mental attack, and a new feature had been added. Richter had been thrilled when he had read the prompt. "You have chosen to increase your familiar's ability. The mental disruption and health damage are now more powerful. The 5-7 seconds stun effect is increased to 8 to 10 seconds, and the health damage be more severe. A third effect is now added. There is a possibility of disorientation for those affected that will last up to 5 minutes at the standard owl of 10 feet. The AoE of this attack can now be widened to 20 feet at the expense of the blast's strength, or narrowed to 3 feet. Increase in the blast's effectiveness. Effective range of Psi Blast doubled compared to baseline. Cooldown decreased to 3.5 minutes. With the beasts clustered together, Alma should be able to focus her psychic beam to its strongest effect. She flew up into the trees and waited to strike. The other party members made their way through the forest as quietly as possible, save the support team whose sole purpose was to protect B. Richter had been able to earn each scholar 1 level in the last 2 weeks by channeling the 20% of the war party's experience to the non-combatants. Even though they were trying to be quiet, most of the war party lacked woodcraft or stealth skills. Before they got within 30 yards of the elk, the pack lifted their heads in the direction of the advancing fighters, and Richter could see them tense. Whether they then planned to attack or retreat, he would never know, because that was what Alma had been waiting for. In that split second of the elk's indecision, the dragonling dove from above and unleashed her Psi Blast. The psychic beam caught all 5. Elk broadside, the energy passing easily through the flesh of one to strike. The others, the beasts fell to the ground, legs kicking spasmodically. Blood leaked from their nostrils and one bit through its own tongue, locked in Richter would never know how effective Alma's level 3 Psy Blasts might have been if he had upgraded it earlier, but with her being a level 29 creature, it packed a serious punch. Richter dropped his bow as none of the elk had escaped and drew both swords. Alma landed on her master's shoulders, and her body was enveloped by a golden glow. His familiar cast Soul Trap again and again, as Richter's sword rose and fell. He wasn't trying for fatal blows. Instead, he targeted the animal's leg muscles, ensuring that the elk would not rise even. If they could fight off the effects of the Psy Blast, Scion was right beside him, doing the same. The sprite had been through this process daily and knew what was required. Alma hopped down from Richter's shoulders with a feral shriek and started draining them. Her level 7 brain drain dropped their health, stamina, and mana at a prodigious rate, helped by delivering coups de grace. The last 3 elk awoke before they could be put down and started squealing as they tried to escape the butchery Richter and his familiar were delivering, but they could do little more than thrash about on the ground. Even that ceased when Alma latched on her special psychic attack, overcoming their conscious will. In less than 3 minutes, it was done. His familiar shot into the air with a cry of triumph drunk on the psychic energy she had absorbed from the predatory animals. Richter smiled at her, enjoying the savagery of his familiar, while the last swirl of rainbow light disappeared into his bag. 5 more souls were now his, to use as fuel for his enchantments. Those were not the only prompts he received. You have been awarded 2,716 experience from Brain Drain against level 11 Ginner Elk. You have been awarded 1,468 experience from Brain Drain against level 8 Ginner Elk. You have been awarded from Brain Drain against level 9 Ginner Elk. You have been awarded 919 experience from Brain Drain against level 7 Ginner Elk. You have been awarded 1,135 experience from Brain Drain against level 8 Ginner Elk. For slaying 5 Ginner Elk, you have been awarded 20 war points. Total war points 112. Richter had a very good idea about how to spend his new war points. He would attend to that later. Though, now, there was a sprite save. He looked around and saw that the war party had done as instructed. When Alma had flown to communicate with Calder, she had transmitted a single word: support. The sergeant knew that meant Richter and Scion would handle the kills and the role of the war party, protect them with a loose perimeter while they worked. The war party, including the auxiliary team, had fanned out in a circle around his position. The melee fighters held shields, and each was paired with a maiden sprite archer. The non-combatant was also always placed inside of the perimeter. The purpose of the other fighters wasn't to aid Richter, instead to ensure that other predators didn't attack, drawn by the sounds of death and combat. 3 times, over the past several weeks, dangerous beasts had been drawn by the death cries of Richter's kills. This time, there was no issue. Richter cut a piece of elk free and threw the bloody chunk to his adder. The snake snapped the morsel up. He had been making an effort to spend time with and feed the snake. Initially, he had asked if they were crazy. What he actually said was, "Why the hell would I play with a 20-foot snake?" He decided to trust them. Them, though. Richter wasn't sure if the twins' advice actually held any merit. He had been able to quickly raise his beast bonding skill to level 5, so he kept at it. Then he and Alma summoned mist workers, the Ginna elk, as well as the bear's remains. In this world, the practice was, waste not, even if the meat were tainted. Use. The grey figures trotted off to the west, carrying the kills. It was always a possibility that another monster or beast might attack the mist workers, but it hadn't happened yet. When the only other options were to leave the carcasses or to make the mist workers travel with the war party, sending them back unattended really was the best choice. The war party continued on. More predators crossed their path, but none were worth chasing down. So the fighters continued. After a few hours, they were only a mile from the edge of the mists, and Richter was starting to wonder if the pixie child might have been wrong. Then red dots began to appear on his minimap. Richter called a halt. 5 minutes later, Scion dropped down from a tree branch directly in front of Richter. A look of utter disgust and anger was on the sprite's face. He didn't so much speak as spit a single word. Goblins. Chapter 47, Day 140, Cuban 30, 15,000. They are in the mist, and they are hunting someone. I don't know how they can see in the mists, but they can. I heard one of them speak. The common tongue. They have wounded a sprite, and now they are hunting him. We do not have time for more scouting. We have to go now, Scion said urgently. Richter's eyes flicked upward as he looked at his minimap. Scion had already spotted over 25 enemies in the mists. Who knew how many more there might be? Most of the goblins were still in a knot. Others Scion had spotted had not ranged far from the main group. That meant he could be missing any number of enemy scouts, or advanced teams. Even another group of 5 enemies could be enough to turn the tide of a battle. Taking out beasts was one thing, but taking on an armed band was another. It was true the mists should protect their approach, but if Scion was right, the goblins had already found a way to defeat the villages. Enchantments. Richter regretted not bringing Futan along with the war party. The remnant could have gone ahead invisibly and confirmed what Scion saw. It wasn't standard practice for Richter to take the orb with him on hunts. Futan was just too useful in the village seeing as how he was the only other being, besides Alma, that could summon the mist workers. Richter had also decided that his war party needed to know how to make do without the remnant in case they had to venture beyond the mists. It was that same reasoning that had motivated him to have Terid lead his own war party, rather than make Richter's own war band larger. It all meant that his force was comprised of himself, Sion, the 10 members of his war party, members of the auxiliary group, B, and the pixie child, facing a force that was possibly twice as large was not something he looked forward to. Looking at Sion's face, though, he knew there wasn't really a choice. Here, the one thing he was glad of was that he had put his foot down, demanded that the Medan Pixies stay behind during raids. It had caused arguments with the Medan sprites, but seeing as how they had all sworn fealty, it hadn't been a long discussion. Thankful for small favors, he started giving orders. Now was the time for action. He pointed to 3 of the guards in the auxiliary squad. His orders came out clipped, and there was no question of argument. You 3 stay with the scholar. Retreat half a mile back towards the village. Stay in hiding unless you hear from one of us. The other 2 guards from the squad were life magi, and he told them to support Calder's strike force. He summoned to mist workers. If you are attacked or hear sounds of battle getting closer, sacrifice these workers and double time it back to the village. Take the pixie with you. He looked at the small creature. You are to follow the commands of the guards to the letter. If they are attacked, you fly as fast as you can, straight back to the Quickening and Queen Elora. I know you are worried for your Machumadan. You will do as I command. Be nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. The Pixie's face showed fear, and Richter felt bad about speaking so harshly to the child. It served its purpose. The boy flew off and hovered by the scholar. The 3 guards clapped their fists to their hearts. One asked, "Call signs, my lord?" Richter had started instituting basic call and refrains as verbal passcodes among the guards. The possibility of infiltration was extremely low in their location, but it was never too early to start instilling good practices. The words he chose were always in English, making it nearly impossible for anyone in the land to be able to guess the response. He nodded and replied, "The call is Ghost. The response is Busters." They repeated the words and moved off. Richter allowed himself a faint smile. No reason not to have a little fun before a battle. His shoulders actually relaxed a bit. He looked at Sion and the rest of his party. We are going in. To be clear, our goal is to save the wounded sprite, not to destroy. The enemy, I don't know how they have defeated the enchantment, makes them dangerous. The sprites and I will move forward to observe the enemy. We have a fair chance of going undetected. If anyone can make a Silent kill of a single goblin, do it. Otherwise, don't take the chance. Malay, fighters, come behind us. Richter addressed the sprite specifically. We will begin the battle by firing a volley of unimbued arrows. Don't forget that the glow from the imbued arrows will draw attention. If the goblins run off, fire another volley to keep them moving, but do not pursue. If they rush us, fade back. Let the melee fighters engage and start picking them off one by one. Now this is where the enemy is. Richter showed everyone on the traveler's map. We can't be sure that they are still there. We only know that we need to save that sprite. Everyone stays still a moment so that we can prepare. Then we move. Richter, Alma, and the other mages cast what buffs they could. The Chaos Seed also dual cast, Summon Weak Saproling. A few seconds later, green disc appeared in the air, and a boar made of leaves and branches ran thorough. It stamped and huffed, while it waited for its master's commands. Richter checked its stats and was pleased that his summoning ring had led him a level 12 creature. The war leader made sure everyone had consumed a potion, clarity, and had at least one health potion, then handed out one more item. Everyone, the entire party, chewed the tough meat he gave them. You've ingested rock giant jerky, +3 to strength and +2 constitution for 53 minutes. Richter swallowed some water to choke down the salted meat. He still wasn't sure if he felt more bothered or vindicated as he ate his mortal enemy's flesh, but it was a mixture of the two. He knew that now was not the time to think about it, though. With a firm hand chop, his party moved forward. Alma flew ahead to the spot where the goblins had been seen. Because of her ability to share images with him, he was able to update the map by what she observed. More red dots appeared. He gritted his teeth. It was going to be a bitch of a fight. A few of the goblins that Alma could see were scouts, but many were larger and seemed to be outfitted as fighters. One, in the center of the pack, was clothed in robes and had bones piercing his face. Richter grunted, a caster. He gathered all of the sprites around him and in hushed tones told them to target the mage first. Soon he heard the cackling sounds of goblin speak. Richter moved silently through the trees and got his first actual view of the enemy band. There were about 30 in all. He used Analyze. Name Aark race. Goblin station. Scout disposition. Distaste. Goblins can have subclasses that determine their specific powers. Most are a common variant, however, that are broken into different stations, reflective of their physical and magical characteristics. Prolific. Breeders and woefully aggressive goblins are a plague. The scout station is reserved for the smallest of the goblin race. Are often used as battle fodder and advanced scouts. Not overly bright, they are still vicious and cunning. Only a foolish fighter underestimates them because of their small size. That very characteristic allows them to get close without being detected and swarm enemies with overwhelming numbers. Goblin Scouts receive 3 points to distribute per level, and each level gives +1 to agility and +1 to dexterity. Level 5. Health 160 mana, 80 stamina, 130. Strength 7. Agility 17. Dexterity 16. Constitution 16. Endurance, Intelligence 8. Wisdom 8. Charisma 8. Luck. Name, Yogrin race. Goblin station. Fighter disposition, distaste. Goblins can have subclasses. Most are a common variant, however, that are broken into different stations, reflective of their physical and magical characteristics. Prolific. Breeders and woefully aggressive. Goblins are a plague. The fighter station serves as the foot soldiers for goblin armies. They often lead small bands of scouts. Cruel and capricious, many children have been cautioned by their mothers to behave, or goblin fighters will take them away. Goblins fighters receive 3 points to distribute per level, and each level gives +1 to strength and +1. Level 9. Health 220 mana, 90 stamina. Strength 21. Agility. Dexterity. Constitution 22. Endurance 17. Intelligence 9. Wisdom 7. Charisma 8. Luck 10. Name Tanaike race. Goblin station. Grinder disposition, distaste. Goblins can have subclasses that determine their specific powers. Most are a common variant, however, that are broken into different stations, reflective of their physical and magical characteristics. Prolific. Breeders and woefully aggressive. Goblins are a plague on other races. The goblin grinder receives better training than many other stations, and unlike most goblins, have an innate intelligence equal to most humans. No less aggressive, these foes are not to be taken lightly. If they advance far enough, these goblins can obtain professions. Goblins. Grinders receive 4 points to distribute per level, and each level +1 to Constitution. Profession. Warrior. Level 22. Health 510. Mana 150 stamina. Strength 28. Agility 21. Dexterity 25. Constitution 51. Endurance 34. Intelligence 15. Wisdom 13. Charisma 12. Luck Name: Sinnock race. Goblin station. Rika. Disposition: distaste. Goblins can have subclasses that determine their specific powers. Most are a common variant, however, that are broken into different stations, reflective of their physical and magical characteristics. Prolific. Breeders and woefully aggressive, goblins are a plague on other races. Goblins of the Rika station are normally gifted in magical arts. Rikas often serve as administrators and counselors for goblin leaders. Many offspring of various races have been sacrificed for their experiments. Goblins, Rikas, receive 3 points to distribute, and each level gives +1 to intelligence and +1 to wisdom. Profession: mage. Specialty: witch doctor. Level: 35. Health: 634. Mana: 378. 827ths. Strength: 18. Agility. Dexterity. Constitution: 48. Endurance: 21. Intelligence: 62. Wisdom: 64. Charisma: 15. Luck: 15. Richter's eyes widened as he began to fully appreciate the force arrayed against them. By his count, there were 18 scouts, 11 fighters, 2 grinders, who were also professed. And what the fuck was a witch doctor? More importantly, Scion was right. It was obvious that the goblins could see. Richter watched the group for a moment, trying to figure it out. Then he saw something. Scion nudged him to start the attack, but Richter waved his companion down. He knew time was of the essence, but he needed to know what was going on. The Chaos Seed watched intently, but didn't see. The blur. Again. Richter didn't give up. After another minute, his patience was rewarded. He still didn't understand, but he was sure he had seen a spirit circling the enemy party. The goblins were all within 50 yards of the Ricker, arrayed in a loose circle around the mage. As the mage moved forward, the entire group moved forward with him, allowing the scouts and fighters to continue searching for their quarry. The grinders stood close to the Ricker, and each held stout shields. Now that he had seen the spirit, understood why the goblins stayed relatively close to the caster. Somehow, the witch doctor was negating the effects of the mist. If the Ricker's mana was any indication, doing so was a large magical drain. But it didn't change the fact that the witch doctor was still getting the job done. Richter shook his head. This was a vastly more powerful force than he had been expecting. Even just the mage and the warriors might be enough to overcome his people. Why were they here in his domain? The goblins weren't dumb beasts. Even though the mage could negate the mists for a small time, The enemy party had to know they were performing. Dangerous undertaking. Why would 3 professionals risk coming into a hostile domain just to hunt one sprite? It didn't make any sense. Richter was trying to decide what to do when he heard the excited babble of goblin speak, followed by a boom and a flash of blue. They had found the sprite. Richter had been planning to wait until the goblin mana ran out, but time was up. The goblin band howled and began to move towards the tree the sprite had been hiding in. There was no more time to wait. Richter didn't know what was so important that would bring a enemy specialist into his domain, but he planned to disappoint the arsehole. One positive thing came from the wounded sprite's discovery. It pulled the goblin's attention. The scouts and fighters surged north, their southern flank unprotected, which just happened to be where Richter and the sprites were hiding. The Chaos Seed sent a mental order, and then told the sprites to attack. A second later, 6 bowstrings snapped against green sprite bracers. The sprite arrows had been reinforced with the tips of the isekai spiders. Legs increased the base damage of each by +2. The glowing blue missiles travelled hundreds of miles an hour and struck home faster than should have been possible. The goblin professionals began to react. Both warriors started to raise their shields, and a swirling energy sprung into existence around the witch doctor. One of the arrows struck heavily into a warrior's shield, doing no damage. The energy around the caster solidified in a split second into another spirit. The ghost imposed itself between the caster, the projectiles. Its insubstantial body caught flame, and the 2 arrows burned to ash. Thankfully, the other 3 arrows struck home. One arrow caught the goblin mage in the shoulder, and a second struck him in the side. The Ricker went down with a curse. Even as he fell, the caster's hand moved as he started to cast a spell. The 3rd arrow caught one of the warriors in the thigh, but if it bothered the goblin grinder, was no outward sign. Both grinders turned towards the archers and held their rectangular shields up to protect both themselves. The opening salvo of this battle wasn't done. Richter had decided that desperate times called for desperate measures. As soon as he had ordered the attack, red light had begun to surround his hands. As he dual cast a new spell, the arcane words grew thicker in his mouth, and he struggled to finish the incantation. The spell was of a higher level than he had ever cast before, let alone dual cast. Richter didn't stop. This had to happen. The goblin warriors had already positioned their shields, which would have stopped much of the destructive power of his spell. Made a mistake common in a world without gods. They didn't look up. Alma's small body descended almost straight down, and with a savage cry, she unleashed the most concentrated beam of her psi blast. The warriors cried out and fell to their knees, and the Ricker broke off his incantation. Richter forced the last syrupy words out of his mouth. Proti. The spell shot forward. A melon-sized ball of orange and yellow flame shot from his hands and sailed unerringly towards the witch doctor. From the perspective of one of the goblin scouts, the human had thrown a ball of fire that grew, bigger by the moment, until it was 2 feet across. Then the human spell struck, and fire rolled over its green skin. Chapter 48. Day 140. Cuban 30. Cyan was right. Casting weak fireball in a forest was absolutely irresponsible, but Richter knew that the force they were facing could vary. Well, wipe out his entire war party. And he had to take the chance. When he had initially seen the size of the fire that he shot, Richter had been underwhelmed when it expanded to the size of a beach ball right before impact, though somehow he felt a lot better. The spell struck 1 second after Alma had unleashed her Psy Blast. The fireball flew between the slumped shields of the warriors and impacted, against which it immediately detonated, and flames spread out from that point. The extra 10% spell strength that came from Richter's initiate, rank in fire magic, and his Dragonkin eye, Mark told, in the damage that was done. The fire washed over the grinders and 10 other goblins that were unlucky enough to be within the spell's area of effect. For more were knocked down by the force of the explosion. Richter started rejoicing until the afterimage of the flames disappeared, and he saw a half-dome of energy covering the witch doctor. It dissolved into yet another spirit swirling around the goblin as he stood. The Ricker extended a hand and shouted a word of power. A black stream of energy shot forward and struck 2 of the Meaden sprites, flinging them backward. Richter looked behind him and saw 2 steaming marks on their armor. The unaffected scouts and goblins continued to run toward his position, now only 30 yards away. The Chaos Seed heard his people coming up from behind him and to the left, but his archers needed more time. Kill the caster, he shouted, then drew both shorts, swords, and with his Saproling at his side ran forward to meet the horde. His head ached from the large expenditure of magic. At level 11, his dual casting skill increased the cost of any spell by 256%. Meant that in one go he had expended 202 mana, more than a third of his total mana pool. He didn't let it distract him, though. The Saproling outpaced him and barreled into a knot of goblins. Several went down by its push, and then its momentum slowed. It gored one scout, but others started hacking into its body. Richter couldn't be concerned with the fate of his summoned creature. He had his own fighting to do. The Chaos Seed ran at a screaming green goblin, while he closed with a slavering enemy. Time seemed to slow. He felt his mind descend into a place he had been avoiding. Uncontrolled ID that came from his use of blood magic. This time he didn't fight it. Richter unshackled his base self and opened the gates of emotional bulwarks he and Alma had been building up. A red haze came over his vision, and a bestial yell clawed itself from his throat as he swung. His short sword with an overhand chop. His left sword swung down at a scout who was lunging forward with a pitted iron dagger. The green elementum blade snapped the dagger with a loud ping and continued downward to cut through the 3.5-foot tall man's sickly green body. Green blood sprayed over Rick's armored chest and his face. It tasted like iron and vomit. The Chaos Seed wasted no time on reflection. He was already stepping past the dead goblin. His other hand snapped up, the blade, sword form Yoshi had taught him, called Cliff of Stone. Richter's sword intercepted the wooden haft of the steel axe that a goblin fighter had swung down at him. The sword pulsed, and the power of his sonic element short sword was unleashed. The axe flew out of the hands of the surprised goblin. Richter bared his teeth in what only a jackal might recognize as a grin, and he stabbed upward with his other blade. The sword entered the goblin's stomach and plunged upward. The tip of the weapon pierced fighter's heart, turning a traumatic blow into an instantly fatal strike. Richter's second victim still had a surprised look on his face as he fell to the ground, lifeless. A constant barrage of imbued strikes peppered the professionals. The warriors had gotten their high steel, banded shields up and were able to weather the shot. The sprites had spread out to strike from multiple angles, but whenever an arrow came close to hitting the witch doctor, another spirit materialized to destroy it. In the meantime, the mage finished a second casting. Black tendrils appeared around one of the sprites and wrapped around her body. From the woman's anguished screams, the pain was horrible. The mage continued to hold one fist upright. The goblin fed magic into the spell, draining away the sprite's life. Thankfully, two things happened. Alma fired a bolt of lightning in the caster's back, disrupting the spell, and the guardsmen arrived. Calder and the other fighters attacked the massive scouts and fighters in the side, had brought from the village, ran to heal the fallen sprites. Calder ran into the middle of the fray and bellowed. He swung his steel war door to hit one of the goblin scouts with a new shield subs. Bat. The small being went flying backward like it had been kicked by a giant. The sergeant then swung his new weapon at a second goblin. It had taken 2 days to forge and several valuable soul stones, but Cram Richter had been able to create Calder's quicksilver-spiked mace of goblin slaying. The weapon almost leaped into the goblin's face. The mighty blow somehow turned the goblin fighter's face into a meaty green ruin, but still left enough intact for it to scream as it fell down. The sound was somewhat bubbly, but there was no doubt as to the goblin's agony while he vainly searched for his own nose, eyes, and lips. The sergeant fit his skilled position of tank perfectly. He screamed. Defiance, and every enemy within 20 yards felt an irrational need. Attack him and ignore everyone else. It was not as powerful as a true warrior's taunt talent, but it still gave everyone else some respite. The goblin fighter that Richter was facing learned that attention was vital in a battle when the Chaos Seed's Elementum short sword swung through his neck and sent his green head flying. The 5 guards crashed against more than 20 goblin scouts and fighters. They stood alone. Richter's saproling had already been torn apart. The forest creature had served a purpose in that it had gained precious seconds of respite at the beginning of the battle, but it had been no match for the fury of dozens of goblins. Despite being outnumbered, the battle was far from decided. Both sides had advantages. The guards had increased reach, higher quality, weapons, and the fact that they fought side by side. Shields. They were a far cry from a Roman legion, but they still fought. Together, the advantages of the goblins were their numbers, savagery, and fear of their leader. They knew that a fate worse than death awaited them if they did not fight as hard as they could for the witch doctor. More than anything else, however, made a difference. Every weapon and shield that a member of his war party used was enchanted. Freeze, sonic damage, life damage, slaying were instilled into every mace and longsword. Every shield was enchanted with simple defensive bonuses, and most were at least +2 or +3. Richter had wanted to give them stronger effects, but he had become much more familiar with the capacity of various metals to handle enchantments over the past few weeks. After a negative experience with an exploding high steel dagger, the Chaos Seed had started paying more attention to the feeling of pressure that appeared whenever he transferred the power of filled soul stones into arms and armor. Glorin had elaborated on what Crom had mentioned about different metals having varying capacities to handle soul power. Not only did metals have different capacities, but they also had different resistances to accepting soul power. The elf had said that most materials resisted being enchanted. The rising pressure that Richter felt was actual the soul power building in the air, until it entered the item. If the will of the enchanter could not overcome the resistance of whatever he was working on, then the enchantment would fail, sometimes explosively. Glorin had been amazed when he examined Richter's sword. The elf had cast a spell that allowed him to assess the properties of various materials, among them enchantment potential. Elementum was apparently a substance that almost welcomed enchantments. The elf had cautioned Richter against trying to channel so much soul power through less friendly mediums. The Chaos Seed had taken the warning to heart. As most of the guard's gear was made from leather or high steel, Richter could only manage enchantments that provided a +2 or +3 in most cases. Glorin said his control would most likely increase as he practiced the skill, but that was his limit for now. Time had also worked against him. The truth was, he just hadn't had enough hours in the day to enchant every weapon for every guardsman. Luckily, The solution for that was simple. The best weapons and armor were kept in the forge. It had become sop for his war party to equip with, than before going out and to return them when they came back, though the enchantments were nowhere near as strong as those on Richter's own. Equipment, the power of the magic weapons was immediately apparent. In the opening salvo of the battle, a goblin scout was disarmed by the sonic enchantment on a gnome guard's blade. Dispatch the small creature. As happens sometimes in battle, Richter oddly found himself in a moment of calm. He realized that he was in a moment of choice. On his left, his guardsmen were fighting the goblin scouts and fighters. On his right, the three standing sprite archers continued their attack, but with little success. The warriors' shields and the mage's spirits blocked ranged attacks too well. In that still moment, he had to decide, right before he could. Sinok gave a curt order. In Goblians, both warriors nodded and unleashed their taunts simultaneously. The red haze over Richter's vision had subsided for a moment, but it came back with a vengeance, making the whole world appear ruby-tinted. Richter screamed in rage and ran towards the goblin grinders. His moment of choice was gone. Scion and the other two Medan sprites turned their attention to the warriors, ignoring the mage. They fired indiscriminately, screaming in anger, but the arrows had no more effect than before. To make matters worse, since the start of the battle, the professionals had moved closer to the sprites. With a roar, they finally stopped defending and attacked. One used a talent thrust and his body blurred forward, aiming for Rick's companion. Scion dropped his bow, and it was only with a massive contortion, his body, that he avoided being gutted. He still didn't escape unscathed. The tip of the goblin's longsword stabbed through the sprite's armor, catching him in the right chest. Scion jumped backwards with a hiss. His hand wove in a particular configuration, and he muttered a word of power. While the warrior started swinging again, Scion released a lightning bolt, caught the warrior in the neck. The goblin was able to resist being stunned, but it still gave the aircaster a moment of respite. Scion found 2 potions on his belt and downed them in one go. His wounds began to close. The other warrior used the talent Arc Strike. He swung his sword crossways at the other 2 sprites, attacking both at once. The blade, powered by his profession, swung left to right. Both Medan sprites were struck. Luckily, their armor was enough to keep them from being cut in half, but they still lost a good deal of life and were thrown to the ground. One of their bows fell to the ground in pieces. The warrior moved in for the kill. The goblin leered as he prepared to end one of the sprite's lives. But he hadn't counted on one thing. He hadn't counted on Richter. The Chaos Seed moved with the superhuman speed afforded to him. by his 38 points of dexterity. Warrior or not, the goblin. Overcome. Perhaps if he had been of a higher level, or if his equipment were better, the green-skinned grinder could have prevailed. It was not to be. Richter flowed through his sword forms. Orc's hammer to put the warrior off balance was followed by cat-swatting mouse to bleed him. Then Richter committed to the fast movements of Willow in the storm. 2. Avoid the goblin's counterattacks. Before arching his right arm over top his enemy's shield in Scorpion's kiss, the clear green blade penetrated the goblin's arm. Not a deep wound, but his elementum, short sword of freezing, unleashed its power. The weapon flashed blue, and the goblin's entire body froze solid, becoming a statue of blue and white. It immediately began to thaw. Richter wasn't going to give his foe that time. The warrior had called him to battle, and so the goblin would reap the whirlwind. His other sword swept up, striking a frozen sword arm and leaving cracks in the ice. 2 more blows, and the limb fell to the ground. Heavy thud. Melting blood fell from the stump like slush. Richter raised his sword again. But then he learned the folly of having allowed the witch doctor the time needed to finish a long casting. The 3 spirits that served the mage extended their hands. Beams of pure magic shot forward and mixed with the dark power spilling from the caster's hand. They plated into one large array of magic and struck the earth, sinking in and then disappearing. Everything was quiet for a moment, but the mage stared at Richter with a triumphant expression. The Chaos Seed's stomach dropped. He didn't know what was coming, but he was sure would be bad. The ground started to shake. Large rents opened in the earth, and when Richter looked down, it seemed that they extended down 4 miles. At the bottom of the one near him was a roiling pool of black. A moment later, creatures of pure darkness began crawling up the sides of the shaft. Seconds later, his people were being overwhelmed. Richter spared a glance back and saw Scion locked in melee combat with the other warrior. The battle was almost one-sided as his injured companion dodged blow after blow. It looked like the goblin was striking his friend, but apparently Scion was managing to stay just ahead of his deadly adversary. Richter desperately wanted to help his friend. Witch Doctor had just downed a blue potion and was already beginning to chant again, praying his friend could just hold on, the Lord of the Mist. The villain started running towards the mage. Before he had moved 10 feet, though, a dark creature in human form sprang out of a rent and attacked him. Richter swung at the creature, and his sword passed through its body. It shrieked as the magic in his blade harmed it, but the monster still struck and tackled him to the ground. Wherever it touched, even on his armor, a bone-chilling, Richter shouted as he tried to get up, but the monster managed to stay on top of him, raining blows down with claws formed of dark magic. His head whipped back and forth, and even as he fought for his life, he took in the battle. The bodies of both guardsmen and goblins lay unmoving ground. Flames had engulfed several trees from Richter's fireball, and the charred body of a goblin scout lay in the middle of the inferno. 3 of his men, including Calder, still fought back to back. Only 5 scouts and fighters remained to stand against them, but all of the village fighters bloodied. Now they were also battling the dark monsters, who grew in number every few seconds. Scion still fought the warrior, and both bled from several places. Another creature of darkness was approaching the sprite from behind. However, the life magi had dragged the wounded sprites away from the battle and now stood guard over them. One fired a crossbow at a dark creature shaped like a giant fox, but the bolt passed through with no effect. Another cast weak life bolt. The summoned dark creature shied back from that, but the spell had a 2-minute cooldown, and the mage had no other offensive magic. Alma flew above the battle, her offensive spells, and Psyblast all in cooldown. She wanted to attack the caster directly, but whenever she got close, the witch doctor's spirits beat her back. Richter took all of this in, but didn't truly quail until his gaze fell upon the goblin mage. The green-skinned caster's arms moved in. Conjunction and black energy was thick on his hands. A manic look was in his eyes as he spoke words of magic. The chaos seeds struggled even harder against the dark creature atop him, and he managed to score a glancing blow, but he knew he would not get free. His next casting, Richter felt the end coming. He was right, but it was not his end. The very first order he had given in the battle finally bore fruit, unseen by anyone and forgotten even by Richter. The shale adder slowly slithered its way closer and closer to the one target its master had identified for it. The 20-foot-long green snake melded perfectly. The trees and grass of the forest, just as the witch doctor was preparing to cast his strongest spell, the adder struck. From only 4 feet away, coiled reptile shot forward and buried its large fangs in the mage's neck. Fast as the wind, the adder coiled itself around the goblin's body and began to squeeze. The goblin's slave spirits immediately began to attack the snake, tearing at it with ethereal claws. Scales and red blood flew, but the snake squeezed and bit the magician even harder. Most importantly, Alma showed the bravery and ferocity that was at the core of her very being, casting a quick spell that draped her body in golden light and latched on to the dark wizard's head and used brain drain. The mage would normally be too high level for her to engage with her attack, but between the spell feedback and her level 7 ability, the goblin swooned. The adder squeezed even tighter. Its body was like a vice, and the goblin caster began to suffocate. The witch doctor's spirits attacked with even greater ferocity, but to their frustration, could not effectively penetrate the protection of Alma's minor life armor. Richter finally managed to bury his sword into the dark humanoid. Above him, and the creature faded out of existence. Its wails echoed, strangely in the air even after it had disappeared. Wasting no time, he started to get to his feet and was surprised by a hand reaching down to help him. He tilted his head to see a weary smile on Sion's bruised face. His friend looked strange. The sprite's face looked hazy somehow. The edges of his chin and nose were indistinct. The rest of his body looked blurry as well. Richter looked at him in confusion, but then he realized that his companion drank a potion of gaseous form. The blade Sion held was still sharp and in focus, as was the smear of green blood along the blade. The sprite nodded at him as they clasped wrists. Tabia does good work. Let us finish this. The two companions moved as quickly as possible towards the mage, but not quickly enough. The mental fortitude of the goblin was enough to finally overcome the stunned effect of Alma's attack. With his one free hand, the furious goblin reached up and cruelly dug his nails into her little body. The familiar was helpless as she performed her special attack, but she did not stop as her blood began to flow over her delicate scales. With a cry of rage, Richter reached the witch doctor and drove his blade down into the goblin's chest, while Sion skewered the goblin in the abdomen. The Chaos Seed and Goblin Leader locked eyes, and their hate one another was palpable. The caster released his grip on the dragonling and ripped the bone necklace from his throat. The goblin pointed a long nail at Richter and thought. Into that word, though, the witch doctor poured all of his malice. Kill. The slave spirits, finally released from their primary duty of protecting the witch doctor by the destruction of his necklace of spirit bondage, fulfilled their final guess and attacked Richter. The three freed souls struck his body with the force of a sledgehammer. He lost his grip on the short sword, embedded in the mage's body, and was carried through the air. The spirits moved him back 10 feet and then dropped him into one of the bottomless rents in the earth. The three ghosts dissipated into the ether, joyous, even as Richter fell into darkness. His last sight before being swallowed by the chasm was the light fading from the witch doctor's eyes, and Sion reaching out to him as he wailed. Chapter 49, Day 140, Q-burn 30, 15,386. Richter looked up at the opening in the earth 60 feet above him. As his muscles ached, Sion shouted down at him to hold on. Another sprite voice shout in the distance, "Your lord. I must speak to your lord. He has to know." The Chaos Seed hung there, battered and bruised. One hand clutched the hilt of his short sword. The weapon stuck out from the wall of the pit, where he had managed to desperately plunge it as he fell. His other hand held a small shelf of stone. That was all. that was keeping him from the sea, of dark magic that undulated below him. A stack of prompts flashed in the corner of his vision, waiting to be read, including one that had the clear, pulsing border of an absorbed memory. None of this interested him at the moment, though. Despite everything that had just happened, despite all of the things that were waiting to be done, and even despite the mystery of what he had to know, there was only one thing on Richter's mind. He sighed heavily, in frustration and pain, then shouted up to his people looking down at him, "Would you hurry the fuck up? I'm literally hanging off a cliff down here." The story continues. Thank you all for reading. This has been my most ambitious book, and I hope that you found delight and joy in its pages. Creating this world is a labor of love, and as with all true love, it fills me with purpose, and sometimes I want to light it on fire. Hello, being able to share it with you means the world. The story continues. As always, peace, love, and the perfect margarita. Alarone, Guild member, Honorable. Mention. I would like to give a special thanks to everyone who supports me on my Patreon page. Specifically, I would like to thank Thomas the Rock Adams, Guild Rank, Council Member, Stephen, Bad Boy. I hope you loved the story. I cannot stress enough how much I appreciate you. If you could do me a small favor, please leave a review. FYI, it doesn't get recorded if you don't write anything. You're awesome. How to contact Alarone. 1. Smoke signals. 2. Email Richter in the land at gmail.com. 3. Twitter @ 4. Website www.litrpg.com. 5. If you love LitUp, join the group https://www.facebook. 6. Like my Alarone Kong author page on Facebook to follow the updates on the next book. https www.facebook.com. 7. I apologize for any errors that may have slowed down the story. Please email me at the above address. We'll correct them. Thank you. Index. Richter's spells. Earth. Weak bark skin. This spell will increase natural armor by +2. This is a spell of earth magic. Level 2. Cost 20 mana. Duration 20 min. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown. Grease. This spell will make a 10 by 10 foot area slick greatly, increasing chance Increasing chance. Anyone in the area falling down. This is a spell of earth magic. Level 1. Cost 15 mana. Duration 5 minutes. Range 25 feet. Cast time 2 seconds. Cool down 10 minutes. Summon weak insects. Summons a host of stinging, biting insects in a 10-foot wide circle. Causes minimal damage, but impedes concentration. This is a spell of earth magic. Level 1. Cost 25 mana. Duration 5 minutes. Range 20 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cool down 20 minutes. Weak rending talons. Summons invisible claws to attack all targets within 10-foot owl. This is a spell of earth. Level 4. Cost 52 mana. Duration 8 seconds. Range 60 feet. Cast time 3 seconds. Cool down 10 minutes. Weak sonic wail. You can make a sound attack with your voice. All within cone-shaped owl suffer damage and risk being deafened. This is a spell of earth. Level 6. Cost 27 mana. Duration 3 seconds. Range 20 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cool down 1 minute. Weak paralysis beam. Fires a beam that will lock the targets. Body into position. This is a spell of earth. Level 5. Cost 39 mana. Duration for seconds. Range 25 feet. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 6 minutes. Summon weak Saproling. Summons a level 5 forest creature to do your bidding. You can only have one summoned creature at a time. This is a spell of earth. Level 6. Cost 39 mana. Duration 5 minutes. Range 5 feet. Cast time 3 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. Weak acid sphere creates a ball of acid that can be thrown at your target. Damage 4 to 6. This is a spell of earth. Level 5. Cost 22 mana. Duration 10 seconds. Range throwing. Range of caster. Cast time 2 seconds. Cool down. NA. Thorns underfoot. Creates a field of thorns. Most likely would not be noticed by anyone wearing stout boots. The spell can cause extreme discomfort and minor damage. Anyone barefoot or to animals. This is a spell of earth. Level 1. Cost 51 mana. Duration. Range 20 yards. Cast time 5 seconds. Cooldown water, air, weak ice dagger. This spell will throw a dagger made of ice at your target. This is a spell of water magic. Level 1. Cost 20. Mana. Duration 1 minute. Range 40 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cool down. Cool down. Weak slow. This spell will slow the target by 10%. This is a spell of water magic, level 3. Cost 25 mana. Duration 10 minute. Range 5 feet. Cast 1 second. Cool down. Weak haste. This spell will increase the speed of the target by 10%. This is a spell of air magic, level 1. Cost 25 mana. Duration 10 minute. Range 5 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown. Weak errant wind. Increase the dodge of your party. Projectiles. This spell will only work when you are outside. This is a spell of air magic. Level 1. Cost 50 mana. Duration 20 minute. Range 50. Cast time 4 seconds. Cool down 45 minute. Glitter dust. This spell will create a 5 by 5 foot area of shining, sharp dust. Anyone caught in the owl will suffer certain effects. Effect 1. Hidden creatures will be revealed. Effect 2. Chance 2. Blind creatures susceptible to such attacks. This is a spell of air magic. Cost 30 mana. Duration 1 minute. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cool down 30 seconds. Weak air push. This spell creates a column of air 10 feet in front of you, 1 foot in diameter. Does no real damage, but will knock enemies back and possibly prone. This is a spell of air magic, level 1. Cost 15 mana. Duration 1 second. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 2 minute. Gentle rain. This spell summons a small rainstorm. This can be cast inside. This is a spell of air magic. Level 1. Cost 40 mana. Duration 20 minute. Range 100 yards. Cast time 5 minute. Cooldown 1 hour. Weak lightning bolt. Cast a lightning bolt from your hand. Chance to stun your target for 1 to 2 seconds. This is a spell of air. Level 11. Cost 31 mana. Duration instant. Range 20 yards. Cast time 1 second. Cool down 2 minutes. Weak aided flight. The recipient of this spell will be able to fire projectiles that will fly towards their target 10% faster than normal. This is a spell of air. Level 1. Cost 43 mana. Duration 15 minutes. Range self. Cast time 2 second. Cool down minutes. Fire life weak flame. Shoot a weak gout of flame from your hand. This is a spell of fire magic. Level 1. Cost 10 mana. Duration 3 seconds. Range 5 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cool down NA. Weak fireball. Fires a ball of flame that detonates upon impact. Flames are spread out from this area, dousing anyone in a 10-meter radius in fire. This is a spell of fire. Level 12. Course 79 mana. Duration 1 second. Range 100 feet. Cast time 3 seconds. Cool down 10 minutes. Weak charm. You can convince an enemy that they are your friend. In battle, they will fight for you. Casting this upon a creature lowers their regard for you. After the spell wears off, this is a spell of life. Magic. Level 1. Cost an umpla mana. Duration 1 hour. Range 20 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cool down 10 minutes. Weak slow heal. Restore 30 missing health over 60 seconds. Upon casting. This is a spell of life. Magic. Level 1. Cost 20 mana. Duration 6 seconds. Range touch. Cast time 1 second. Cool down 1 minute. Weak cure. Remove minor poison effects. This is a spell of life. Magic. Level 1. Cost limapula mana. Duration 1 second. Range touch. Cast time 2 seconds. Cool down 30 seconds. Soul trap. Binds the soul of the target to this plane, preventing passage to the beyond at the time of death. They will instead be pulled into any nearby empty soulstone of appropriate size. This is a spell of life. Magic. Level 1. Cost 30 mana. Duration 2 minutes. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown, NA. Virol's Blessing. Casting this spell will increase the yield and potency of a 20 by 20 yard area of plants by 5%. Successive casts. This spell creates a cumulative effect for a max of 100%. This spell can be cast once per day. This is a spell of life, level 1. Cost 84. Mana. Duration. Permanent effect. Range 20 yards. Cast time for minutes. Cooldown 1 day. Weak Life Beacon. This spell shoots a golden flare. The air. Any creatures with a relationship to you, friendly and above, within 1 mile, will be compelled to come to your aid. This is a spell of life. Level 1. Cost 38 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range 1 mile. Cast time 4 seconds. Cooldown 6 hours. Weak Cure Disease. This spell will cure most common diseases. This is a spell of life. Level 1. Cost 62 mana. Duration 1 minute. Range 20 feet. Cast time 6 seconds. Cooldown 8 minutes. Summon weak luminous butterflies. Summons a small number of glowing butterflies. Any creature of positive alignment. Who catches one of these butterflies will have a boost there. Stamina for 1 day. Total boost equal to 1% per number of alignment. Only 1 butterfly may affect each individual. This is a spell of life. Level 1. Cost 17 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range 1 foot. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 1 minute. Call weak small creature. If there is a non-sentient creature of small size, 2 to 4 feet long, in the immediate area, it will be called to the caster, and it will follow simple commands. This is a spell of life. Level 1. Cost 12 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range 50 feet. Cast time 2 seconds. Cooldown 14 minutes. Minor life aura. The caster's body is surrounded by a golden shield of pure life energy. Any nearby death, dead, or undead creatures will be discomforted. Any actual contact with the shield will cause damage to the undead. This is a spell of life. Level 3. Cost 50 mana. Duration 15 minutes. Range 5 feet. Cast time 2 seconds. Cooldown 20 minutes. Weak Courage improves your fighting spirit by +50. This is a spell of life. Level 4. Cost 25 mana. Duration 15 minute. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 15 minute. Minor life armor. Defense of all armor pieces increased by +1/+3 versus death. Attacks. This is a spell of life. Level 5. Cost 30 mana. Duration 10 minute. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown NA. Summon weak life wisp. Summons an entity comprised of life magic. Will float in the area and restore a total of 100 health to you or one of your allies. This is a spell of life. Magic. Level 6. Cost 60 mana. Duration 5 minutes. Range self. Cast time 3 second. Cooldown 20 minutes. Weak. Banish undead. If successful, you will dissipate the energy, allowing a death creature to exist in this plane. This is a spell of life. Level 3. Cost 40 mana. Duration instant. Range 40 feet. Cast time 2 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Minor stabilize. If a target is stricken with a bleeding status, this spell will decrease the rate of bleeding and total bleeding time. Effects will vary based on extent of the injuries. This is a spell of life. Level 3. Cost 27 mana. Duration instant. Range touch. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 1 minute. Weak life bolt. Fire a bolt of concentrated life energy. Damage 5 to 10. Increased damage against death creatures. This is a spell of life. Level 4. Cost 22 mana. Duration instant. Range 30 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 2 minutes. Weak detect hostile intent. Casting this spell will reveal if any creatures within 10 yards have an active, deadly intent towards you. This is a spell of life. Level 8. Cause 38 mana. Duration 1 minute. Range 15 feet. Cast time 2 seconds. Cooldown NA. Death. Dark. Summon weak bile rats. Summons a small nest of bile. Rats. The bites of these creatures can cause nausea. This is a spell of death. Level 1. Cost 27 mana. Duration 6 minutes. Range 3 feet. Cast time 2 seconds. Cooldown 14 minutes. Night vision. You can see even in the deepest darkness. This is a spell of dark magic. Level 1. Cost 5 mana. Duration 3 hours. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown cloying darkness. Cast a cone of thickened darkness. Your hand. Movement and attack speed of targets decreased by 20%. All in area of effect will suffer from spell. Will not work in direct sunlight. This is a spell of dark magic. Level 2. Cost 30 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 5 minutes. Troubled sleep places your target in a restless sleep. He will be plagued by nightmares until awakening. Any attack or hostile action taken against target will awaken them. Area of effect 5 feet. This is a spell of dark magic. Level 3. Cost 50 mana. Duration 1 hour. Range 15 feet. Cast 3 seconds. Cool down 15 minutes. Flood of darkness blankets an area 25 yards around you. In darkness. Effect banished by direct sunlight. Blocks out all light. Based. This is a spell of dark. Level 3. Cost 46 mana. Duration 1 minute. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 45 minutes. Dark bolts. Fires a bolt of concentrated dark energy at your target. For every 3 skill levels the caster has in dark magic, the spell will fire another bolt. Damage 7 to 9. This is a spell of dark. Level 4. Cost 31 mana. Duration instant. Range 40 feet. Cast time 2 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Dark vision. Provides dark vision. This is a spell of dark. Level 2. Cost 43 mana. Duration 20 minutes. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown 5 minutes. Light. Simple light creates a ball of white light that will hover above your head, moving with you. This is a spell of light magic. Level 1. Cost 2 mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range self. Cast time 1 second. Cool down. N-A. Farlight eye creates a ball of white light that can be fixed to a distant surface. This is a spell of light magic. Level 1. Cost 5. Mana. Duration 10 minutes. Range 100 yards. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown. NA. Mirror creates a 6 by 3 foot reflective surface. This is a spell of light magic. Level 1. Cost 15 mana. Duration 1 minute. Range 10 feet. Cast time 1 second. Cool down. Create soul stone. Turn minerals into soul stones of various levels. Can create soul stones up to common level. This is a spell of light. Level 5. Cost 25 mana. Duration instant. Range 1 foot. Cast time 1 second. Cooldown. NA. Create soulstone. Turn minerals into soul. Stones of various levels. Can create soul stones up to luminous. Level. This is a spell of light. Level 15. Cost 50 mana. Duration instant. Range 1 foot. Cast time 3 seconds. Cool down. NA. Requires light magic. Level 15. Spirit. Blood. Weak aura lance. Fires a blast of spiritual energy at your target. Does no physical damage, but causes disruption of the target's aura. Reduces resistance to all spell types. This is a spell of spirit. Level 1. Cost Seratus 68 mana. Duration 1 hour. Range 100 feet. Cast time 10 seconds. Cool down. Tame. Bend the will of a creature to your own. Creature level must be less than or equal to your rank in the skill. Beast bonding. At the rank of novice, you may attempt to tame weak level souls and may use the spell once per day. If you tame the same creature for a required number of days in a row, till death. As a novice in beast bonding, the required time is 6 days for every level of the creature you have tamed. Betray the sacred trust with you, bonded beast, to your peril. This is a spell of blood magic. Level 1. Cost to 100 mana, 100 health, 100 stamina. Duration 40 hours. Range touch. Cast time 5 seconds. Cooldown 12 hours. Richter skill rank bonuses. 1. Herb lore. 1. Novice can detect 1 trait from picked herbs. 2. Initiate can detect 2 traits from picked herbs. Can avoid 1 negative trait when ingesting. 3. Apprentice can detect 3 traits from picked herbs, can avoid 2 negative traits when ingesting. 2. Pierce the veil. 1. Novice can see hidden traps. 2. Initiate can see hidden compartments. 3. Apprentice, in addition to seeing hidden traps and compartments, you can now find hidden doors, have a chance to detect magical concealments. 3. Trade. 1. Novice can create standing trade agreement with those who have loyal disposition and higher. Can smell. A deal gets stronger with higher ranks. 2. Initiate can create standing trade agreement with those who have interested disposition and higher. Feel the market. You can get an idea of what will sell well in a given market, get stronger with higher ranks. 4. Portal construction. 1. Novice can travel only between 2 points on the same ley line. 2. Initiate can create portals to allow travel between any 2 points on the same type of ley line. 3. Apprentice can create a portal with multiple exit points. This can only be built at a place of power. The number of destination points is determined by the number of ley lines present. 5. Enchanting. 1. Novice can add an enchantment to an item while it is being created. 2. Initiate. You now will gain more charges, recharging with a soul stone. Items you enchant now have their enchantment potential increased by +5. 4. Each new rank in enchanting that you achieve, enchantment potential will increase by another 5 points. You can now add enchantments to already created items, albeit with an 80% penalty to effectiveness. 3. Apprentice. You can now enchant scrolls based on spells that you already know. Items that you enchant with a finite number of charges will now have +10 charges. For each new rank you obtain in enchanting, you will get another +10 charges. You can now add enchantments to already created items, albeit with a 60% penalty to effectiveness. You may now use 2 soul stones on 1 enchantment. For journeyman, you have advanced from apprentice to journeyman in enchanting. You can now create magic. Books based on spells that you already know are in the presence of someone else who is willing to. Have you scribed their knowledge? You can now create skill books based upon skills that you already have. Or if you are in the presence of someone else who is willing to have you scribe their knowledge, you can now add enchantments to already created items, albeit with a 40% penalty to effectiveness. You can now help other craftsmen enchant items they are creating. The Resulting enchantment will be based upon your skill. Level 6. Tracking 1. Novice. You can now follow tracks and spoor to find your quarry. To initiate. Your sense of smell is now heightened. You can track an enemy by scent if you have a piece of clothing or an item they were recently in contact with. 7. Archery 1. Novice. Increased ability to wield a bow. To initiate. 25% chance they have been shot. This is cumulative with successive ranks. 8. Small blades 1. Novice. Increased ability to wield small blades. 2. Initiate. You now enjoy a -5% penalty for each hand while dual wielding. This benefit is cumulative with increasing ranks. 9. Light 1. Novice. Movement speed. Armor. Can wear light armor. 2. Initiate. Movement speed penalty per piece to 2% per piece. Decreased casting penalty from wearing light armor. Stamina drain from exertions while wearing armor reduced. You have learned to move in your armor, gaining the perk Synergy. Synergy gives a plus 20% defense bonus to light armor, as long as you are wearing only light armor. Synergy stacks with each successive level. 10. 11. Grace in combat. 1. Novice. If wearing all light armor, dodge increased by 10%. This is a subskill of light armor. 2. Initiate. Plus 5% movement speed. If wearing all light armor. War Leader. 1. Novice. Maximum party size of 6. These party members will share all experience from kills and quests. Party members will also benefit from any badges or promotions that are acquired. Any friendly forces within your sphere of influence will still benefit from attack. Defense bonuses from your skill rank in War Leader. At your current rank of Novice, your sphere of influence is 50. 2. Initiate. Maximum party size increased to 10. You may now have 2 other war leaders create their own war parties under your command. These war leaders must be of a lesser skill rank than you. Your sphere of influence is increased from 50 to 100 yards. New badges are available for purchase. New skilled positions are available. Field. Promotions are now possible for heroic efforts. 200. Fighting Spirit. You can now access the real-time numbers for the health, mana, and stamina of everyone in your war party. 12. 13. Traps. 1. Novice. You can set traps that will harm unwary enemies. Initiate. You can set traps with proximity triggers, in addition to simple pressure triggers. Trap. Disarm. 1. Novice. You have learned how to disable mechanisms of traps through careful application of your new subskill. You can make the world a safer place. This is a subskill of traps. To initiate, you may now retrieve some of the traps you disarm for your future use. 14, 15, 16. Pierce the veil. 1. The land is full of hidden secrets, traps to snare the unwary, hidden treasures, booty, both pirate and otherwise. From this moment on, you will be able to find that which others have concealed. 2. Initiate. In addition to hidden traps, you can now find hidden compartments. Fire magic. 1. Novice can cast fire magic. 2. Initiate, plus 5% to spell strength and resistance to fire magic. Self-awareness. 1. Novice. The journey to know oneself is a path without an end, but each step brings you closer to your truth. The mental training you have begun has long been honored by mystics and madmen. Each skill level grants plus 2% mental and emotional control. 2. Initiate. Control within, 20% less likely to betray nonverbal cues to others. This is cumulative with further ranks. Richter's qualities. 1. Resolute. The choices in your life led you to a critical point. A nexus of opportunities were laid before you, many leading to disaster. You have chosen a finer path. The experiences of your entire life have culminated in this one moment. You have decided not to kneel, but to stand, not to beg, but to take, not to wait, but to forge ahead. Bonus. To mental resistance 15%. Bonus to spiritual resistance 15%. 2. Honorable. You chose to save the life of a comrade. Eliminate a threat. In a key moment, you chose to honor life rather than pursue death. Plus 2. Charisma 3%. Decrease in critical strike, chance, and critical strike damage. 3. Implacable when faced with a near impossible task of rescuing a companion from a superior enemy. You did not pause. When attacking a battle-hardened warrior, you did not flag. When mortally wounded and kneeling before a sadistic assassin, you did not succumb. You have shown that you will conquer whatever is before you, even burning your own head and skin. Your relentless focus and pursuit of chosen goals will be reflected in Your skills. You were awarded initiate level in the skill tracking. Richter's abilities. 1. Limitless. 100% affinity. 2. Gift of tongues. Ability to comprehend almost all languages, including writing. Cannot comprehend certain higher or lower languages. Cannot understand nonsense. 3. Fast learner. Plus 30% to skill advancement. 4. Bounty of life. Plus 30% growth for the physical manifestation. Your place of power. 5. Psi-bond. Your mental resistance from psi-bond increased to 40%. Maximum distance of communication increased from 1,000 yards to 1,250 yards. Tasks which require strength of mind will come even easier than before. Know this. Your mental fortitude has brought your psi-bond ability to new heights. Eye contact offers the chance to connect with other creatures in a limited way. The extent of the connection will vary based on the mental abilities of yourself. Never forget that doors can swing both ways. Alma's abilities. 1. Brain drain. Successful kills will now give 7% of total experience to both you and your familiar. Drain occurs faster. Stun can occur on enemies. Level 31. Drain now gives you a greater understanding of Alma's victims. There is a chance to relive the most poignant memory of the target's life. 2. Psi Blast. 1. Level 1. This concentrated blast of psychic energy can stun enemies for 2 to 4 seconds. The hour is a cone, extending 10 feet from the direction your familiar is facing. Cooldown 5 minutes. 2. Level 2. The mental disruption caused will now also cause direct health damage. The 2 to 4 second stun effect is increased to 5 to 7 seconds. The initial hour of 10 feet can be increased to 15 feet with a corresponding drop in the blast's effectiveness, or narrowed to 5 feet with an increase in the blast's effectiveness. Cooldown decreased to 4 minutes. 3. Level 3. The mental disruption and health damage are now more powerful. The 5 to 7 second stun effect is increased to 8 to 10 seconds, and the health damage will be more severe. A third effect is now added. There is a possibility of disorientation for those affected that will last up to 5 minutes at the standard hour of 10 feet. The AoE of this attack can now be widened to 20 feet at the expense of the blast strength, or narrowed to 3 feet. Increase in the blast's effectiveness. Effective range of Psi Blast is now doubled compared to baseline. Cooldown decreased to 3.5 minutes. 3. Psi Bond. 1. Level 1. Thoughts can be shared with another being. That has the ability. Psi bond. A connection can only be completed by both parties being willing to participate. 2. Level 2. Your familiar's base, innate intellect, increased by 25%. She can now communicate in 2-word sentences. Her intelligence and wisdom are also increased by 15%. You will also benefit from this stronger tie to your familiar. Your mental resistance is increased by 10%. Maximum distance of communication increased from 250 yards to 500 yards. 3. Level 3. Your familiar's base increased by 50%. She can now communicate in 4-word sentences. Her base intelligence, wisdom are also increased by 30%. You will also benefit from this stronger tie to your familiar. Your mental resistance has increased by 20%. Maximum distance of communication increased from 500 yards to 750 yards. You can now each sense if the other is in danger. 4. Level 4. Your familiar's base innate intellect increased by 75%. She can now communicate in 8-word sentences. Her base intelligence and wisdom are also increased by 45%. Your familiar's psi bond has advanced to being able to form a psychic connection, even with those lacking the psi bond ability. You will also benefit from this stronger tie to your familiar. Your mental resistance for psi bond has increased to 30%. Maximum distance of communication increased from 750 yards to 1,000 yards. Finally, the improved psi bond stabilizes your own mental fortitude. Tasks which require strength of mind will now come easier. 5. Level 5. Your familiar's base innate intellect is increased by 100%. She can now communicate with you without restriction. Her base intelligence and wisdom are also increased by 60%. You will also benefit from this stronger tie to your familiar. Your mental resistance from psi bond has increased to 40%. Maximum distance of communication increased from 1,000 yards to 1,250 yards. Tasks which require strength of mind will come even easier than before. The psi bond has provided your familiar with a greater understanding of herself and has unlocked a new ability, psi channeling. 4. Psi channeling. 1. Level 1. You may now cast spells through your familiar. The cast time will still be the same for you, but any restrictions based on distance can use the location of your familiar as the casting point. At the current level, the range of psi channeling is 1 100 yards, and using this ability, 300% greater mana usage. Any other spell requirements will remain unchanged. 2. Level 2. At level 2, the range of psi channeling increased from 100 to 200 yards. Using the ability now requires 250% greater mana usage rather than 300%. Any other spell requirements will remain unchanged. You and your familiar may now also share mana at a loss of 3 to 1. Book 1 is now available in paperback. You can buy it on Amazon, but if you would like your very own signed copy, just click the link and I'll send it to you. If it's your birthday, I'll even gift wrap it. Wewe. PayPal. You guys are so great. There is more the land goodness to come, but I want to wholeheartedly recommend you check out the game. Is Life by Terry Schott. It's a soulful and mesmerizing saga of how the games we love can shape society and ourselves. Do yourself a favor and check it out. P.S. You won't believe this, but it's free. LOL. Quality ranks. 1. Weapons and item qualities. 1. Trash. 2. Poor. 3. Average. 4. Above average. 5. Well crafted. 6. Exceptional. 7. Superb. 8. Exquisite. 9. Masterwork. To weapon and item rarity. 1. Common. Uncommon. 3. Unusual. 4. Scarce. 5. Rare. 6. Mythic. 7. Legendary. 8. Artifact. 9. Unique. 3. Potion level. 1. Brew. 2. Tincture. 3. Solution. 4. Elixir. 5. Filter. 6. Draft. 7. Essence. 4. Potion strength. 1. Tainted. 2. Clouded. 3. Weak. 4. Basic. 5. Enhanced. 6. Strengthened. 7. Processed. 8. Refined. 9. Oil. 10. Pure. 5. Buildings quality. 1. Slum. 2. Shoddy. 3. Poorly made. 4. Average. 5. Above average. 6. Well built. 7. Exceptional work. 8. Superb. Craftsmanship. 9. Masterfully constructed. Enchantments known by Richter. 1. Sonic damage. A primary effect. Sonic damage. B. Secondary effect. Disarm chance. To life damage. A primary effect. Life damage will be done to enemies struck. B. Secondary effect. A secondary enchantment. Spells and potions more effective on the wielder of the weapon. 3. Goblin slaying. A primary effect. Does extra damage to goblins. 4. Confusion. A primary effect causes confusion to varying degrees. Richter's talent. Profession. Enchanter. You are an enchanter. Your efforts will bring magic and wonder to the land. A ring is no longer a simple band to you. It is a pathway to power. Sword is not only for a soldier's hand, it can also grant the power of flight. Scoff at those who put their faith in the fleeting might of muscles or the taxing strength of spells. Your enchanted creations will last until the universe grinds all stars to dust. Increase enchantment strength. I. Increase strength of enchantments by 5%. Macro enchantment. I increase this talent to have your enchantment effect. Larger items. This is extremely helpful for creating enchanted buildings, ships, engines of war, and other large projects. Increase number of charges. I increase the number of charges on items. With finite uses, will increase number of charges by +10 or by 10%, whichever gives greater yield. Deconstruct items. I gain the ability to deconstruct an enchanted item. Increase this talent to improve chance. For successful deconstruction, increased chance of obtaining better items after item is destroyed. Resize items. This talent allows you to resize already enchanted items too. Fit creatures either smaller or larger than the item was originally intended. Resizing carries the risk of a decrease in power of enchantment, durability of enchanted item or complete destruction of enchanted object. Increase this talent to allow for resizing to a greater extent and to decrease risk. This talent is fueled by soul stones. Increase enchantment potential. I. Increase the number of enchantment slots on the object you wish to enchant. Increases enchantment slots by 10%. Identify enchantments. I. Allows enchanters to identify unknown magical objects. An enchanter with this talent can even rival lore masters. Touching an unknown item will give a detailed description of most magical items. This is a passive action. It does not cost anything, and the knowledge is absorbed instantaneously. Identify enchantments too. Allows enchanters to identify stronger magical objects. Enchanted items can be identified at a distance. Synergy of items. I. Allows for the possibility of item sets. The base items must have something in common for the enchantments. to feed off of one another. Increase this talent to allow for stronger and more extensive sets. Increase enchantment success I. Increase this talent to improve the odds of an enchantment taking hold by 20%. Faster creation time I. The creation of magic books, scrolls, and skill books is time-consuming and laborious. Increase this talent to increase the speed you finish these tasks by 10%. Soul-bound object I. Items will not be lost upon death. Items must be given with an open heart. Fortify health, mana, stamina I. Increase this talent. Enchantments dealing with increasing health, mana, and stamina more. Affected by 20%. Increase weapon enchantment. Accessing this talent. Strength of any weapon enchantments by 20%. Increase armor enchantment I. Accessing this talent will increase the strength of any armor enchantments by 20%. Increase item enchantment I. Accessing this talent will increase the strength of any accessory enchantments by 20%. Unlocked earth magic. Increase maximum number of soul stones I. Each enchanter use a certain number of soul stones per enchantment based upon their skill level. Increase this talent to add another soul stone to that number. Increase soul stone yield I. Enchantment power from each soul stone, bringing this talent to level 2, will increase the yield of soul stones by 25%. Specialization, essence. No enchantment is beyond your reach, as long as you can learn the spell. Your enchantments are an extension of yourself. Grow your power to grow. Your specialty. Purchase spell enchantment I. Currently, each basic element spell costs 1 talent point per spell level. Each deep magic spell costs 10 talent points per spell level. Increase this talent to reduce this cost. Reduce mana cost I. To translate a spell into an enchantment. A mana cost must be paid. Current conversion cost is 100x. Spell mana cost. Increase this talent to reduce this cost by 20x. Minimum cost. Unlock spell school. To convert a spell, you must first unlock that spell type. Current base cost based on known spells. 10 talent points per basic element. 100 talent points per deep magic. This one-time cost cannot be reduced. Further costs may be required to unlock certain spells. Talent point conversion. Few talents for any profession or specialty, as expensive as essence talents, binding your specialty to your soul, however, offers a unique opportunity. Essence enchanters may sacrifice to buy talent points. Any reduction in XP will not affect personal level, though the threshold for leveling remains the same. This talent is not to be used carelessly. Overzealous essence Enchanters are found there, personal level frozen as they feed their profession and specialty. Any experienced lost will be 250% harder to earn again. Furthermore, once used, this talent cannot be used again until all expended experience points are gained back. Conversion rate 10,000 XP per 1 talent point. Talent point conversion 2 decreases the penalty to recovering XP 200%. It also improves the conversion rate to 9,000 XP to 1 talent point. Talent point conversion 3 150%. It also improves the conversion rate to 8,000 XP to 1 talent point. Talent point conversion 4 decreases the penalty to recovering XP to 100%. It also improves the conversion rate to 7,000 XP to 1 talent point. Status pages not inclusive of final battle. Name Richter. Age 24. Level 31%. Health 663 mana, 504 stamina, 350 strength, 33 agility, 32 dexterity, 38 constitution, 56 endurance, 35 intelligence, 46 wisdom, 45 charisma, 32 luck, 21 abilities. Limitless, gift of tongues, fast learner, bounty of life, Psi bond. Qualities: resolute, honorable, implacable. Skills: herb lore, LVL 72% to next level. Alchemy LVL 2 48%. Enchantment LVL 48 5% to next level. Crafting LVL 5 29% to next level. Smithing LVL 6 73% to next level. Brewing LVL 3 57% to next level. Distillation LVL 3 57% to next level. Construction LVL 4 82% to next level. Masonry 38% to next level. Carpentry LVL 4 47% to next level. Scribing LVL 5 14% to next level. Analyze LVL 10 57% to next level. Pierce to Veil LVL 23 72% to next level. Stealth LVL 14 9% to next level. Traps LVL 22 22% to next level. Trap Disarm LVO 48% to next level. Tracking LVL 15 88% to next level. Riding, LVL 7, 76% to next level. Archery, LVL 17, 76% to next level. Imbue, Arrow, LVL 17, 29% to next level. Focus, LVL 5, 13% to next level. Double shot, LVL 2, 11%. 11% to next level. Drill shot, LVL 2, 81% to next level. Swordsmanship, LVL 1, 43% to next level. Small blades, LVL 11, 68% to next level. Unarmed combat, LVL 1, 78% to next level. Pressure points, LVL 1, 0% to next level. Dual wield, LVL 8, 36% to next level. Light armor, LVL 14, 15% to next level. Grace, Encumber, LVL 12, 83% to next level. Dual cast, LVL 9, 35% to next level. Air magic, LVL 14, 48% to next level. Life, magic, LVL 9, 61 to next level. Earth, magic, LVL 9, 87% to next level. Water magic, LVL 5, 96% to next level. Dark magic, LVL 8, 98% to next level. Light magic, LVL 7, 61% to next level. Fire magic, LVL 12, 38% to next level. Spiritual magic, LVL 1, 92% to next level. Blood magic, LVL 2, 77% to next level. Death magic, 51% to next level. Beast bonding, LVO 3, 94% to next level. Animal husbandry, LVL 2, 43% to next level. Exotic beasts, LVL 26% to next level. Map making, LVL max. Trade, LVL 16, 77% to next level. War leader, LVL 10, 41% to next level. Army of One, LVO 3, 87% to next level. Beacon, LVL 5, 28% to next level. Self-awareness, LVL 14, 9% to next level. Portal construction apprentice. Law, LVL 1. Administration, LVL 9, 60% to next level. Lead from the front, LVL 6, 28% to next level. Marks, Master of Mist Village, Blood Oath, Forge of Heavens, Dragonkenai. Resistances: air 50%, earth 20%, fire 10%, life 50%, mental 65%, spiritual 15%, race human, reputation LVL. For you are a man worthy of respect. Alignment neutral. Language all. Name Alma. Level 31, 63%. Health 410 mana, 624 stamina, 410. Abilities: Psybond, LVL 5, points to next level. 4. Psyblast, LVL 3, Brain Drain, LVL 7, points to next. Psy Channeling, LVL 2, points to next level. 2. Can use air magic, life magic. Resistances: mental 100%, air 50%, life 50%, race Psy Dragonling. Name Scion. Age 34. Level 18, 58% to next level. Health 243, mana 373, strength 20, agility 80, dexterity 66, constitution 20, endurance 16, intelligence 34, wisdom 23, charisma 15, luck 17. Abilities: woodcraft, concealment, know thyself, mead. Skills: herb lore, LVL 1269% to next level. Alchemy, LVL 10, 7% to next level. Archery LVL 44, 37% to next level, 71% affinity. Enhanced Imbue, Arrow, LVL 31, level 87%, affinity. Focus, LVL 26, 84% to next level. Double shot, LVL 11, 23% to next level, 86%, affinity. Drill shot LVL 7, 18% to next level, 90%, affinity. Stun shot LVL 6, 41% to next level, 95%, affinity. Tracking LVL 16, 77% to next level, 75%, affinity. Small blades LVL 19, 85% to next level. Light armor LVL 26. 67% to next level. 81% affinity. Air magic. LVL 16. 73% to next level. 100% affinity. Animal husbandry. LVL 1. 15% to next level. 83% affinity. Exotic beasts. LVL 1. 9% to next level. 71% affinity. Marks. None. Resistances. Types of magic. Life 10%. Earth 10%. Light 10%. Schools of magic. Enchantment 50%. Race. Wood sprite. Reputation. LVL 1. LVL 1. Alignment 3. Language sprite. Common tongue. Pixie. Name. Age 46. Level 18. 73% to next level. Health 330 mana. 120 stamina. 190. Strength 29. Agility. Dexterity 18. Constitution 33. Endurance 19. Intelligence 12. Wisdom 10. Charisma 26. Luck 14. Abilities. Comradry. Skills. Swordsmanship. LVL 25% to next level. Affinity. Medium armor. LVR 8. 13% to next level. 71%. Affinity. Light armor. LVL 8. 51% to next level. 68%. Affinity. Shields. LVL 6. 35% to next level. 72% affinity. Cooking. LVL 8. 13% to next level. 96% affinity. Horsemanship. LVL 10. 7% to next level. 83%. Affinity. Repair. LVL 4. 72% to next level. 54% affinity. Repair. Armor. LVL 3. 18% to next level. 52% affinity. Repair. Weapon. LVL 4. 18%. 52%. Affinity. Gather information. LVL 18. 76% to next level. 92% affinity. War leader. LVL 4. 60% to next level. 99% affinity. Marks. None. Resistances. None. Race. Human. Reputation. Alignment. 0. Language. Common tongue. Name. Elora. Age. 17. Level. 16. 72%. Health. 70 mana. 270 stamina, 80 strength, 4 agility, 32 dexterity, 73 constitution, 7 endurance, 9 intelligence, 27 wisdom, 10 charisma, 11 luck, 11 abilities, celestial pixie song, tree communion, fate's companion, force blast, skills, herb lore, LVO, 58, 92%, 96% affinity, air magic, LVL4, 61% to next level, 100% affinity, life, magic, LVL5, 37% to next level, 100% affinity, water magic, LVL1, 0% to next level, 100% affinity, dark magic, LVL1, 0% to next level, 100% affinity, marks, none, resistances, air magic 16%, life, magic 16%, water magic 16%, dark magic 16%, race celestial pixie, reputation, alignment, language, pixie, common, high nature,